Hello, hello. Oh, jeez. What am I doing? Hello, Nova. Hello, hello. How are you? How art thou? You one sec. Currently dog fooding my own application. Boom. There we go. Shroomy right off the bat. Nice. One of these days I need to add the rest of the animals back. Maybe I should do that now, since I think today's gonna be a shorter stream. I feel super out of it for whatever reason. Even though I had today off from work, I just did nothing all day. I feel kind of bad. Okay, I'm really tired. Does he need those days off though? Yeah, maybe. No, it's just like I feel tired of not having responsibility. It almost sounds like super counterintuitive, but it's like nothing I've done at work really matters. So it's like, on one hand, it's a good thing because I'm not on the hook for anything, but I'm still getting like decent reviews. But on the other hand, it's like I don't I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's like I don't know. I don't know. I don't have a great way of explaining that that feeling of like not on the hook for anything. Job is stable, pays pretty good, but I don't actually do anything. It's like it's almost like I'm lacking purpose. But anyways, that's enough about me. That's depressing. Let's get back to something slightly less depressing, which is going back to this Rust stuff. I get like you feel more energized when you got stuff you're working towards. Oh yeah, pretty much. Yeah, and so what it used to be was like all these side projects I would work on. Yeah, would give me stuff to do. I don't know. I'm just not really feeling it anymore. But I do have a stream schedule, and thus, for at least 3 hours, I will force myself to work on something. In this case, it will be this ECS thing. Yeah, I don't know. It's like I don't really want to work on this. Or whenever I work on it, I'm just, man. We're at like the parts that aren't fun to work on anymore. But we're so close to the finish line, I can't really bring myself to drop it now. So now like the unfun stuff, which is like facial expressions, I need to refactor the entire UI once more. Or I would like to refactor the entire UI once more. And then like lip syncing. But you know. We'll do that later. Like there's so much more stuff. This is super ballooned out into something I did not plan for initially. And so now there's like now just a bunch of whatchamacallit? Like things I've neglected. The basic building blocks like CI. And so now whenever I cut a new release, it's all completely manual. I don't even remember how to do it. I just kind of like wing it every single time. I should probably write that down, but I won't. Anyways, yeah. I'll stop talking about that. But for this Rust stuff, let's see. I think what I'm going to do is completely take out this entire spawn system. Oh geez. Take out the entire spawn system. Register renderable. I don't think we need that. The current plan to draw this out in just paint is going to be so this is the Godot side, this is the Rust side. So this is Godot, this is Rust. So we're only going to have input that's going to be sent over to Rust. I think I've drawn this up before. So inputs is passed over to Rust. This will be boom, boom, boom. Where's my square? Here's your square. Input, pass it over to Rust. We'll figure it out. My drawing, yeah. And then Rust will have an ECS node that listens for input using Godot stuff. So this will be an EC. We'll call it the paddle or the Pong ECS, right? This will be Pong ECS. It won't just be like a general ECS because I think that's a bit harder to manage in Godot. Because I'm not sure how you would. Or maybe we can still make it work as an ECS, but I'll need like some way to handle. Oh, hello, Exoject. Hello. I'll need some way to handle like switching out systems on the fly. So then ECS, it's not even really the ECS, right? This is just like the ECS associated functions. So like ECS associated, call it helper functions. How are you doing, Exodrifter? What I'm doing is I've made Pong in Rust, or no, I made Pong in Godot. And now I'm trying to transfer it over to Rust. So the GD script implementation is super basic, mostly because it's not hard to do, but it's a reference point for moving things over into Rust. So Godot Rust plus Bevy ECS. So I want to see how viable that will be. Rust ECS. So then you'll have your paddle system, your ball system. No, that doesn't make too much sense, right? Need to plan this out. That's the problem with ECS is that you can't just kind of run through it. You actually need to have a plan. Otherwise, your ECS is going to have to go through like a million ground up rewrites. I'm just eating some food, trying to figure out what to do with my evening. Well, it sounds like you got the first part figured out. Eating some food. Get some BRB. Nice. Ever since I guess stopped. Ever since I graduated from school, from college, I've eaten a lot less ice cream and just eaten a lot less lactose products in general. Because I'm lactose intolerant. I didn't realize I was lactose intolerant until like I went to an allergist, and yeah, you're lactose intolerant. Oh, okay, that makes sense. But I still ate like a bunch of like cheese and ice cream and yogurt, milk products. But now that I'm an adult, don't really go out to get ice cream all that much anymore. Now, whenever I eat ice cream, it just absolutely destroys me. Actually, you know what? This probably should be paddle system. So there is just a paddle system. Yeah, then we'll have an explicit ball system. And then collision system? No. Paddle system. Yeah, we can call it a ball system. Ball system, collision system, and then a render. Something like that. That makes sense. So paddle system will just take whatever things we get here. So we'll have like register inputs. I'm trying to think of other things I would need. Right, ice cream flavor is black sesame. Nice. Black sesame. What does black sesame taste like? Isn't that just like sesame seeds? Like I have black sesame seeds that I use as like a rice topping. I make my own rice seasoning, but it's it's very basic. I think most Asian people wouldn't really call it rice seasoning, but it's good enough for me. Yeah, actually, yeah. After this, the only thing we need after this is the... Where is it? I'm gonna bring up the documentation on my other monitor. Welcome to the squad. Godot, Rust, Docs.RS. So we need the visual server. Probably don't want to keep a handle to that. So we'll just need to grab the visual server every iteration. So here, we have an input queue. I think that's what we want. Delta. I think we can actually avoid that if we just make this a node instead of a reference. Yeah. It's a nutty flavor, I guess. Don't know how to describe it. Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of occurred to me. Well, I have eaten like sesame balls at I eat some dim sum. But I didn't really think that was like sesame. I thought that was more of like the fried dough flavor. But that could be that. Could be. Godot input. So ECS factory. It's a visual server. This is what the plan is, by the way, is that the ECS will handle all the drawing as well. So we're really only, well, Godot, we're drawing using the visual server on the Godot side. So the render system actually uses the visual server. Godot visual server. And then that's kind of when everything is passed back to Godot. That's more donut than sesame seed. Yeah. I don't know. Culinarily, I'm kind of a caveman. Most days I just eat rice, green beans, and some sort of egg. Mostly been omelets recently. What's up? What's up? Hello, Needle Mouse. What's the Godot visual server? So Godot has the concept of servers because they are more or less asynchronous. Or they are synchronous, but because they run in threads. So they're threaded, but the steps are somewhat asynchronous. So you have visual server. There's also a physics server, if I remember correctly, maybe. Oh no, what are the servers? There's a physics server, physics 2D server, which is 2D and 3D, or 3D and 2D respectively. Translation server, which I've never used. I've never used the camera server. Yeah, that's pretty much it. And so that's if you want to, I guess, draw or handle things directly, you would use the server. But it's not actually directly. It's still wrapped in like how Godot would do things, which makes things kind of painful. So we don't want to pass in a scene tree anymore. Oh yeah, because we don't ever need to add anything to the scene tree. Yeah. We basically just send a video feed over the visual server and it just works. Oh, absolutely not. Visual server is more for like, if you want to do like 2D drawing. So if you want to create a shape directly, as opposed to, you know, you go into the editor. So we see our ball. You define the ball as like a sprite entity. You assign a texture to it. What you could do instead is do it all via the server. So you create a new texture, create a new canvas item, pass the RID, the resource ID, to that canvas item, specifically pass in some image data to that texture. So in theory, it's faster, but it's also a lot less easy to read. Actually making a game from this. Nice. You're doing the Haxel Flixel thing, right? Coffee flavored ice cream with extra choco sauce. I'm jealous. I can only ever eat like the single serving containers of ice cream for like 2 reasons. One, the single serving is like just enough to only give me a minor stomach ache. And 2, if I get like the the large container of ice cream, I'm going to eat a lot. It's like a lack of self-control. Like I have enough self-control to not buy it, but if I do buy it, guess what? I'm eating a lot. It's like a graphics API. Yeah, basically. Most times you never need to touch it. It is very useful if you are making direct modifications to the engine, because Godot is free and open source. So I actually have a patch. Spout. Yeah. I actually have a patch for Godot that adds the ability to integrate with Spout. Where Spout is a Windows-only API that allows you to send OpenGL textures to anywhere else. So it's GPU accelerated. So it's, there we go. Just kind of slide this code into the visual server, and there we go. We have the pointer to the OpenGL texture. And so the visual server is where all the low-level stuff happens, but unfortunately Godot does wrap up a little too much. Yeah. So it's not really a graphics API, it's more of like a wrapper around Godot's resources. Yeah. So I guess it's like an API, but it's more of like a Godot's visual resource API. If you want to actually hit the direct graphics API, you have to mod it back in. Is that what you're using for these stream overlays? Nope, I'm just using, it's all direct. Or it's not all direct. This is just like a little game scene, essentially. Let's see. I think it would be nice. It would be nice to integrate it with the overlay, but I don't know. It would make it a lot harder to distribute because it's only Spout only works on Windows, but how this is right now, this is actually cross-platform, so it works everywhere. So if I added Spout support, so GPU accelerated, you know, sending textures to other applications, it would be very tough. Because then I would need to make mocks for other platforms. Where it's not tough, it's just tedious, shall we say. Let's see. So texture create from image. There's one of these. Hold on. Visual server, texture, is it canvas item create? So we need to create the canvas item on the Rust side. And then create the texture, bind it to the canvas item, I think. Right, so you can do canvas item. It's not material. Sets canvas item. Set copy to back buffer. Canvas item, add texture. Where is it? Texture rect. Yes. So canvas item, add texture rect. Oh, okay. So let's write this down. It's not as direct as I thought it was. So it's canvas item create, then canvas item. Yeah. So this gives us an RID. So canvas item create, and then we do canvas item add. Canvas item add texture rect, and then I'll just kind of depend on code completion to give me the rest. That's, yeah, that makes sense. I know that if you're doing like a bullet hell game in Godot, you usually do want to use a visual server for that. The visual server and the physics server directly, because using nodes in the scene tree is actually somewhat slow. But there are pluses and minuses to using the scene tree. So like the scene tree guarantees that you're not ever going to leak memory, whereas you could leak memory if you use the server APIs directly. Canvas item creates, and then add texture rect. So this needs to be some sort of rect with a texture. All right, yeah, that's it is. Yeah, add texture rect. And then we'll need to create the texture as well, which is texture creates from image, probably. Yeah. Otherwise, I'm not sure how you would set data on it. Oh, actually, well, texture bind. Binds the texture to a texture slot. I have no idea what that means. Texture allocate. Allocates GPU memory for the texture. That's not something I can use. Well, I was gonna have so many nodes. Oh, yeah. Like there was, I feel like I've talked about this before. I think I have the repo saved somewhere. I don't know, it's on my GitHub somewhere. Texture create from image. Yeah, but it's an example of how to create a bullet hell using Godot's visual server to basically like it doubled or tripled their performance. But it was a lot more complicated. Closer to, you know, raw programming, if you will. Okay. So this can still be a reference, but this is probably better if we make it a node. This stuff, we don't need the step anymore. We can just do this in our process function. So we'll do process, and then this should automatically step itself, which is nice. Yeah, there we go. So export. We don't need the step anymore. We still need to do this delta trickery here. That's okay. There we go. What is your problem? Trait bound to. Oh, it's a node, right? I knew that. Forgot I changed the node type. I have to look at that sometime. Yeah. Maybe I can find it. We can find it. Because I did copy it. It's one of these. I believe it's not how I usually name things. The bullet spawner test. Yeah. Yeah, so this is the original. Look at that. Boom. Or I guess the more exciting Twitch dev, or not Twitch, itch devlog, which actually has an explanation of what they're doing. And has data and graphs and all that. How nice. Everyone loves looking at graphs. Graphs or graphs? Alright. So node, we have our schedule, we have our world. Those are both required for ECS stuff. We have our stages. Spawn system, don't need that. Don't need to step. We do need to read input, but I guess if we are just doing this here. Yeah, I guess if we're just doing it from here, we can... Yeah, we can just do this. Oh. Yeah, this is okay. I'm not a huge fan of it, but we are cleaning up the API. Let's see. And then on ready, then we can... Oh yeah, because now if we make it a node, that means we add it to the scene tree. Ah, jeez, what am I doing? Okay. So on ready, we'll want to do all the spawn system stuff, but we're not actually spawning anything. So say goodbye. Okay. Here, what we'll actually have to do is, let me refer back to my bevy stuff, because I've done this somewhat. But dodge the creeps. Rust. It's been a few days since I've looked at this, so I need to remember how things work. All right, so world spawn, and then we'll insert several things on that entity. So I think we'll need to insert the RID. Yeah, so let's do, there's like left paddle and right paddle, right? So it'll be self world. So it creates a new entity, and then we'll insert, hold on. Let's get a handle to the visual server. So this one. Does this have a get singleton thing on it? Yeah, Godot singleton. So visual server gets Godot singleton. So let's, oh, it's an unsafe function. That's good. Set mutable viz server. Visual server undeclared. Let me see. Import. Yeah, okay. That's fine. This is unsafe. Okay. We'll just grab it like that. Now, thinking, I might have to make a new type to hold this. So a new type is just a struct that holds stuff. So we'll do struct, call it a renderable, drawable, which holds an RID. Yeah, RID. I suppose I don't even need to do that, right? We can just directly insert the RID and then just look for those later. So if we do self world spawn, and then we'll insert visual server. We do need to create the texture, but if we look at the notes I made, it's canvas item creates. Oh, okay. Let left paddle equal visual server canvas item creates. What's the problem with using Visual Studio Code is that it's not the greatest code completion. All right, that's it. Canvas item creates. There we go. There's our RID. We'll need to hold onto it, but I think that's okay as well. So insert, this takes 1 argument, but 0 arguments were supplied. That's not right. What's your problem? Component required by a bound. All right, so I guess we do actually need a new type. All right. Struct drawable holds some sort of RID. So if I do it like this, is that okay? What is your problem? Trait bound, RID, component is not satisfied. Component is not implemented for GD native prelude RID. Huh. Entity mute. Does that mean I need to have like an actual bound? Or is it because the lifetime? Yeah, okay. Well, wait a minute. Hold on. Was this is one of the changes from Bevy 6, right? So when you create a new resource. Oh, yeah. Components, yeah. Components changed in Bevy 6. Let me see. Render is ECS driven. We don't care. Shaders. All right, so now we need to derive component. Okay, that makes sense. Which means that we absolutely now need a new type. That's, hey, it's okay. Here we go, new type. It's a drawable. I'm gonna look for it, but I need to figure out how to add user accounts for our clients thingy. Good luck. Thanks for hanging out. So left paddle RID. Cannot find value test struct. That's not true. Left paddle RID. I guess it doesn't scan until I hit save, huh? All right, so there's our RID, and then I guess we'll need a few other things on it as well. Okay. Then it was texture create from image. So now we need a texture. Where is it? Texture, texture, texture. Create from image. Which means I need to create an image first. Oh, good. Yeah, okay. Status email will also be productive. What are you talking about? Isn't watching my stream super productive? Might be a bit presumptuous. Let's see, ref image unique. So let's create a few things. So let paddle image equal image new. Okay, cool. And then create from data. No, we don't have any. We don't have any data. Creates an empty image of. Oh no, create from data. No, isn't there a? There's a load from. Yeah, there's just a load thing. So there's a path. Loads an image from a path. Image format. Blah blah. Okay. Should be okay. Just watching is very productive in my opinion. Fair enough. You are clearly being productive. Maybe. It's debatable how productive this actually is. But I do appreciate you humoring me. Alright, let's grab the path, because I think these paths are more or less globalized. Actually, hold on. I just realized that's not true at all, because Rust doesn't know what the path looks like. It only knows where the root of the project is. So if we go into here, project settings, is there a project settings? And then I can, yeah, this is a singleton, and then I need to globalize the path. Yeah, okay, this is turning into like just a bunch of unsafe calls. Sounds like you're complaining success with learning. Very productive. I mean, you're still learning something if it fails? Possibly, possibly. It depends. If you fail the same thing twice, did you really learn anything? Let's see. Equal unsafe project settings. Godot singleton. Oh, is this not unsafe? Oh, neat. So project settings, and then we'll need to hit this with a. Actually, for previous attempt at guarding against the failure did not work, so you should try something else. Maybe. Maybe. I think that's kind of like my approach to programming this, which is just, you know, keep trying incremental changes until it starts to look correct. It was very painful. So is it a good approach? Maybe. Does it work? Yes. Paddle image. Like I would say that I kind of go between the two extremes of, I guess, trial and error. Maybe not trial and error, but problem solving. So sometimes, you know, we'll come up with a pretty cool plan to do something. We'll plan it all out beforehand, and then we'll execute it, and it's beautiful. And then there's also just the, you know, let's bang our head against the wall until until something breaks. And my head is pretty sturdy, so So I like my chances. Not the greatest approach all the time, but when it does work, let me tell you. It does work. I mean, that's kind of like what I'm known for at work, unfortunately, is like, if you give me a task, I will get it done eventually. So it's kind of like a set it and forget it kind of thing, where if you just let me do my thing, it'll get done. Making a grand plan. I am O, I'm assuming. I am E. In my experience, in my experience, making a grand plan up front really works out well, at least in software development. Yeah. Yeah. Sometimes it does work though. Sometimes you just have like a beautiful plan and then it all comes together. Like I think the plan for doing the entire UI thing. I mean, granted, I did rewrite the UI twice before this, but like for the third plan, I was like, all right, we're gonna do it completely differently. We're gonna block everything out into like XML files and then just dynamically generate the entire thing. Let me tell you, like it didn't work, you know, the first time, but it wasn't really trial and error. It's more like I know exactly what I want, and we made it work. Ran into a lot of problems parsing, but that's okay. Could be worse. All right, so this server. We have the image. That should have worked. Actually, what does load give me? This gives me a Godot result. What is a Godot result? Image, load. This gives me a Godot result, which is just a result. So we probably want to handle this error, I guess. And by handle the error, I mean we'll just expect. Unable to load paddle image. Yeah. Yeah, I think, unfortunately, that's kind of also, grand plans up front is kind of what ECSs almost benefit from. Right, because the idea is that you create your entire ECS draw up. So you make all your building blocks beforehand, and then you start assembling things. So it's almost like test-driven development, except in like a game dev sense. So you know what all the little parts are, and as long as you define what all the little parts are, it'll work. But if you ever have to change any of the little parts at the very bottom of the stack, you're gonna have a bad time. Possibly. Depending on how, of course, you architected your entire ECS stack. So I don't see ECS like that at all. Well, I think ECS, once you have all the basics working, it's easy to change data because it's all just data at some points, right? But I think if you say like one of your systems kind of overlaps too much into another system, it can be kind of hard to break that back out later, at least in my experience with it. But of course, I'm not super experienced with ECS, as you can tell. Well, I guess also part of the problem is I'm trying to shove an ECS into Godot, where Godot is very, very opinionated in favor of just basic object-oriented programming. So maybe I'm missing something, but the way I see ECS, it's closer to test-driven development. So if you know what you want and you can plan it all out, then it's beautiful. It's a beautiful system, but that's only if you design things correctly so that this is the building block. It doesn't intrude on any other building block. It's easy to take in and out, and then after that, it's all data. It's all just putting things together, shuffling them around. But if you ever have to change any of the building blocks, you're gonna have a bad time. Texture create, and then this gives me another texture. Wait. So left paddle texture RID equal visual server texture create from image. So we have the paddle image, so we probably want to clone that. Paddle image, hit that with a clone. I hope that actually exists. Flags, I don't know. Does this actually allow for default arguments? Yeah, I don't think it does. But we can pass in 7, why not? Really like ECS at all, but I usually don't use it with a grand plan up front. It's more like when I want to add something, it's just another component I can add. I can configure new ideas and entities when combining components. Yeah. Well, that's like from the component side, right? But on the system side, that's a bit more difficult. Non-unique thread access. Okay. Yeah, so like, yeah, components, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, is the once you get to the data part, it's easy. But when you are at the system level of actually defining interactions, that's where, at least in my view, that's where it becomes difficult. Ah, geez. How do I turn this into non-unique thread access? Let's see, project settings. I think that's good. Let's look at ref. Which one of these is non-unique? These are all thread. Is non-unique thread access thread local? Wait, no, it's shared. Yeah, okay. So we'll just redefine this. Let paddle image equal paddle image into shared. I don't know why it's not giving me code completion. Hold on. Canvas item create. What is your problem? All right. Yeah, there we go. Non-unique thread access. Shared. What's the difference, I guess? We'll do visual server. What did I call it? Canvas item add texture rect. Visual server canvas item add texture rect. All right, so item. So it's left paddle RID. Ooh. How big is it? How big is it? So this paddle is some length, 64 by 256. So we'll do rect new. I don't actually know what the parameters for this are. So core types rect. All right. That's entirely unhelpful. It's a Euclid. Okay. Where is it? Rect2, default Rect2. So Rust Euclid. Rust Euclid is the Mozilla library, if I remember correctly. So that is Rect F32. Does this have a new? Does this have constructor? Why does this look so bad? What version is this? Hey. Okay, so this takes a 0.2D and a size 2D. I don't think these fields are public. Oh, they are public. Oh, but they're 0.2Ds and size 2Ds. I don't know. 0.2. Is there a new? What do you need? All right, that was 64 by 256 then? 64, 256, and then the second part of the constructor needed Let's see, size 2D. Size 2D is something, size 2. So what do you need? Wait a minute. Oh, is this the position? And then this is the actual size. So there should be 64. This is 256. Something like that. And then these need to be floats. All right. I gotta go now. Thanks for hanging out. Catch you later, etc., etc. So supply 2 arguments. This is a rect 2. There we go. I think that's probably okay. Actually need a bit more room. So take 7 arguments, 2 arguments supplied. Yeah, that makes sense. I think this is actually the position. So the point 2 needs to be we'll just 0 it for now and then change the position later. Yeah, because then there are other canvas item methods for me to just wiggle it around. Yeah. Canvas, oh, that's camera. Canvas item set transform. Isn't there something like that? Zoom me out. I got into a habit of zooming in for some reason. Because I don't know, the people were asking for it, but I'm going to zoom back out. I need to be able to see because I'm not sure what I'm doing. Canvas item set transform. So this takes an RID, then transform 2D. Okay. So I think that makes sense because otherwise it'll be offset. Yeah. Or maybe is this the what is this? What is this origin? Does that mean it's the origin of this thing, so it wouldn't be centered anymore? Yeah, that might be it. It might be saying that the origin is in the top left, but I'm not sure. So if we do canvas item, add texture rect. Add a texture to rectangle to the canvas item's draw commands. That is entirely unhelpful. Yeah. Oh, and actually, no, that's the modulate. Never mind. I was gonna say, like, doesn't this mean that I'm also filling it in with a color? But that's not true. Canvas item add texture rect. I'm not sure. That doesn't seem right. Let me double check. So Godot GitHub. So this is master branch. We'll look at 3.4 because that's what I'm compiling against. Servers, visual server. Hold on. We'll just look at the regular visual server. Not this one. The server architecture is tough. Transfer. All right. So this is in one of the places. Oh boy. Is it? It's probably raster. Set. Or not set transform. It's canvas item set texture rect, right? What did I call it? Add texture rect. Add texture rect. Not in raster. It might be in viewport. Nope. Where is it? Canvas. Surely. All right. So looking at prect, bum bum bum. So if it's tile, it's doing a thing. If rect size is less than 0, then you will flip it. Okay. So the huh. I don't know. Seems strange. I guess we'll figure it out. So tile, false. Color. Oh no. What are the things? It's RGB probably, or is there RGBA? Yeah, okay, RGBA. Modulate. Wasn't that the modulate? What did I just add? Yeah, that was the item. There's the rectangle. There's the texture. Oh, the texture, which is paddle or left paddle texture. Left paddle texture RID. And then transpose, probably false. Normal map. Oh, geez. What is this one? Do I need to pass in a normal map? I don't know what to do for that one. All right, how do I create a normal map? Normal map. All right. Normal map. Normal map. Normal map. Normal map. Does maybe if I just pass in an invisible normal map, that'll be okay. Yeah, but then I'll need to store all of these as well. So this is like an empty normal map, right? Yeah. Yeah, so let's do this. Boom, let normal map RID. So visual server create texture. Right? Or a texture creates. Yeah, it's just an empty texture. As it's the visual server can be accessed with the RID that is returned. This RID will be used in all texture functions. Once finished with the RID, want to free the RID using visual server free RID static method. Yeah, I don't know. What is this normal map used for? So normal map is the normal map, sure. What is the rect though? So that's just something that exists on the canvas, visual server canvas thingy. So what does the header say? Canvas. Boom, boom, boom. Struct item. I don't think I'm gonna find it like this. Oh, you can just pass in like a garbage RID, I guess. I guess that'll work, yeah. Then I'll just need to make sure to discard it. Yeah, I guess that'll work. So this is like a dummy RID. Let dummy RID equal to RID. Just new. default. I kind of doubt that there is a default. Is there no new? There is a new. Okay, cool. Dummy RID. We'll pass this in as the last thingy. Normal map. Seems pretty good, and then that should be okay. Does not need to be mutable. That's okay. Then we'll spawn it, and then we'll just have to look for drawable stuff. We'll create a paddle component that's pretty much specifically for identifying paddles. So insert paddle. There we go. Hey. Hey. Oh, I did this at the wrong place. Oh, hello, Bumdy. Hello, hello. How are you doing today? What I'm working on, I'm back at the Godot+Rust+ECS stuff. We'll see if we can make it work. Guess we don't need this anymore. I'm okay, yeah. I'm doing all right. Doing all right. Feeling pretty out of it today. So I guess today will be a shorter stream. I wonder if it's like because I spent so long yesterday just working on the face tracker stuff, and I'm just kind of like randomly burnt out. But I think I have a better system for making this work. So now instead of having the ECS just be like something that kind of hangs on to another node, we'll just make the ECS a node and they'll just kind of exist in the scene tree. Yeah. And then in that way, then we can just make use of Godot's built-in ready and process functions instead of like whatever I was doing before, which is very strange. You're streaming more than usual? I think I'm actually streaming less than usual. Like I missed last Thursday because I was sick. So I don't know. Could be work as well, but I don't know. It's like work, I haven't really done anything for a while, so I know, like realistically, I should not be feeling burnt out from work, but you know. Texture, right, paddle IRD. We'll grab this one, and then we'll need to adjust the transforms after the fact. Right paddle, texture IRD. We'll grab all of these. I wonder if I actually need to copy these. Or I guess we can just use the same RID over and over. Yeah, and then we'll do self world, spawn, insert our new type, which is a drawable, containing the right paddle IRD. We'll need to make sure to clean that up afterwards. Otherwise we'll just be leaking memory, which is not great. Yeah. Actually, yeah, this just needs to be, oh, because we're not actually using the actual node. We're just drawing everything directly. So let's see if I can make that work. I think that's okay. Let's give it a compile and see what happens. So Rust. Cargo build. We'll see how that goes. Sorry, I forgot to turn on my stream monitor. There we go. Should be okay. We'll delete everything here except for Well, I guess we'll also need to get rid of the collision shapes as well, since we're not going to be using those. Pretty much all we're using Godot for is the camera and the background. So let's see. Let's give it a run. Oh, these don't exist anymore, I forgot. So ECS factory, boom, boom. This is false. New in place. We're using the factory pattern. Okay, and we'll just do. We hit it with an add child ECS, and then that should then automatically call its own ready function, and then it call its process function after it's ready. Yeah. Seems unlikely to be working, but maybe I just can't see it. Did we leak any memory? I think we're good. There's our hello world, which is good. We don't appear to be leaking memory as well. Even though, actually, we totally should have leaked memory. Yeah. We'll handle that later, but it appears that it cleaned itself up correctly, even though we were manually creating RIDs. Yeah, did it work? No. It did kind of work, I guess, because we did call a hello world, I guess, which is one of the functions I defined. And so then we could look at a remote. We can also see that there is this thing, which is our ECS, currently unnamed. But I don't see anything being drawn here. I guess we could try to look at the debugger. I'm not sure what I'm looking for though. So like draw calls, isn't it like it's still the same amount of draw calls? Because I'm just placing them directly into the visual server command queue. Yeah. Although it does say that there's nothing being drawn, which is incorrect. You added any objects? I should, because here in the ready function, I guess we can always add a little debug print. Just the worst way of doing it. So starting ready, and then we'll do finish ready. Right, give this another compile, then we'll just look for the prints. Yes, starting ready, finished ready, and then ECS just hello world itself. So it is running. It is running, and when we should be creating the canvas items directly as well. You know what? I can give this a try here. So instead of doing all the ECS stuff, I can just mimic what I'm doing with the ECS in terms of creating the stuff, right? So we'll do var paddle image is equal to image new paddle image load in this path. I loaded in, yeah, I loaded that in. That should be correct. Yeah, like it loaded in correctly. Otherwise, this would have at least thrown an error saying like unable to load paddle image. Yeah. Then we can do visual server. How do you spell visual? Visual server. Canvas item create. Then that's the RID that we need. Var left paddle. Should be an RID. Left paddle texture RID. So this is texture create from image. Left paddle text. Visual server. Texture create from image. This will take the paddle image. Then visual server, canvas item, add texture rect. So then we pass in the left paddle. We'll create a new rect 2. Oh, I see. I see. So that's what this means on the Rust side. It's using a vector 2 on the Rust side, where basically it uses the first constructor, not the second constructor. I thought it was using the second constructor, but this makes sense. 64 by 256, I think. Oh, false, not self. Boom, boom. And that should be it, right? Oh, hold on. No, this is the left paddle texture. Now we're on tiling, which is false, but we don't need to pass anything else in. Oh, actually, is it because the canvas... Is it because I set it to just be black? Maybe if I do it like this, it'll actually be visible. So this is... No. Okay, I can't see anything. So even doing this in Godot, this is wrong. So how do you draw? Isn't this how you draw something using the visual server? I thought this is how this worked. Maybe I'm wrong. So I thought once you create the canvas item, it should just kind of show up. Like, because you're not supposed to just directly call removes buffers. No, I don't want to remove buffers and stuff. It seems incorrect. Yeah, you don't need to... Yeah, you don't need to force draw. Yeah. Don't you need to create a node for it to work? No. That's the beauty of using the visual server. Is that it's all in memory. It's all just an ID at that point. So it's pretty much as close as you can get to just directly drawing in Godot. It's not quite the same as what Unity or Unreal give you, but it's close. Let me see. Resources are created. All objects are drawn to a viewport. You can use the viewport attached to a scene tree, or you can create one yourself. When using a custom scenario or canvas, the scenario canvas needs to be it needs to be attached. Wait. A canvas is needed to draw all canvas items. I do have a canvas. If we hide the color rect. Is it that I need to add these to the viewport? Is that it? Attach canvas? No. Is it that I need to attach it to the canvas? Or viewport attached to screen? No. I have the viewport. I guess we'll Google it. So Google or Godot draw using visual server. Custom drawing in 2D. It's not really what I want. Where's the server stuff? Maybe not. Canvas is already in the viewport. Yeah, see, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. So drawing a sprite. Yeah, here we go. Drawing a sprite. Canvas item create, yeah. Set parent. Oh, do I need a set parent? Oh. Oh. Okay. Canvas item set parent, and then I just need to grab the current canvas. Okay, cool. parent. Okay. Left paddle. What did they use? Get canvas item. Ooh. Get canvas item. All right. I guess it's just there. Yeah, there we go. Oh, you know, I think the origin is actually, yeah, and this is actually the origin. We need to, no? Or it is drawing from the top left, isn't it? Is it not? Is that centered? I can't tell if that's centered or not. I think it is drawing from the top left though, which is annoying. But I think that's correct. So now I just need to emulate the same thing here. And then just need to somehow offset the transform. Or maybe just offset it here and then hopefully that'll just work. So viz server. Canvas item set parent. So this is right paddle RID and then the, can you create ECS object from Godot for Rust backend? Yeah, it shouldn't be too hard, right? You just need to go through these steps one more time. So that's the idea, is once I figure this out for Pong, it should be fairly trivial to do this for pretty much anything else. Oh, I do need to do. Oh. Actually, I don't think that's right. Is that correct? This might be correct. Do nodes just have that on them? That doesn't seem right. That could be right though. Let's see, get canvas item. Is this something it just has? I don't, that doesn't seem correct. Yeah, because nodes might not necessarily be a canvas item thingy, but I guess you, yeah, okay. There we go. So this needs to be a node 2D then. Node 2D, which means we need to change the rest of the stuff. We're writing less Rust code is optimal. Yeah, yeah. That's the hope though. That's the hope, is that this will hopefully be easier. Once I figure out the easy stuff. Like the server logic, or not the server logic, the systems logic will still need to be in Rust, but I think for spawning in things, it should be fairly easy to just do it from the Godot side. I think. All right, yeah, get canvas item. Yeah, there we go. So it just needs to be a node 2D. Okay, well, guess we'll send it. Nope. Didn't I do this for... Oh, I didn't do it for both of them, though. Let's do it for... Like, it shouldn't matter, though. Right? Because it should have at least drawn it for the right paddle. Like, all of this stuff is, like, the Godot stuff. So you can then access systems from Godot once it's written up in Rust. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out, though. That's what I'm trying to figure out. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, I think for, like, if you're writing a simulation style thing, this could be really cool. So you just write the really heavy simulation stuff in Rust, and then, you know, I want to add, you know, this object with these parameters, you know, fire it from Godot, because that's easy. That's the dream. But I just need to make this work somehow. Is it because of the dummy RID? What is this? Oh, you know what? I didn't recompile. I didn't recompile. Alright, it works. Cool. Want to create some particle simulation? There's basic. Very nice, very nice. ECS somehow. I think an ECS is optimal for things like are you familiar with Boyd's? That simulation. So it's like the flocking behavior. Essentially, it's like how birds, yeah, like that's what I want to do. So like I've done it before in GD scripts, and it was performance enough. But I think it'd be cool. But I was only Boyding with like 4 entities. So that was when I was doing the RTS game dev stuff. I'm talking about is like, yeah, like actual real particles, not just birds. I guess birds are particles if you abstract it out enough. Isn't everything a particle? Aren't we all just particles being simulated in some sort of environment? Yeah, interactions between particles. Yeah. So it'll be like Noita, right? Yeah, Noita, which is the particle simulation game. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah. I wonder how Noita works. Noita is actually like really sick, and doesn't it? It basically like simulates the entire level all at the same time, doesn't it? Because you can have things that just happen off screen as well. So like if you like you flood one part of the level, doesn't it just keep flooding down? So if it keeps flooding down, then it must be simulating the entire thing, right? All right. Let me give this a try here, just to see what happens. I don't know if this origin is what I think it is. So cargo build release. Good thing I have a pretty beefy computer. All right, cool. There we go. I'm not really sure where it's drawing though. But, I mean, that's pretty close, right? So now we're controlling it, or at least we're spawning them in on the Rust side. And then they're also like just existing in the world. And so now they're also like tagged as paddles. Screen. I still need to play that game. It looks super fun. Yeah. It's a bit late to the party, but it's one of those. I would like to make a game like that one day. It's a lot of simulation, but I think that's what this system would be really good for, maybe. Is there an algorithm called? I forgot. It's simple. I'm not sure. I don't know too much about algorithms. You're talking to the wrong guy. Talking to the wrong guy. Paddle system. So for this, we can pass in too many games on the backlog. Oh yeah. There's games. There's like just things I need to watch. Movies, some Japanese cartoons, as they call them here. You know, actually, I finally got around to watching Invincible. I binge watched that like last Saturday. Let me tell you, I now understand the memes. What a great show. Nice. Looks like you're getting a bit further spawning the nodes. It's actually not a node, by the way. These are just drawn via ID. So there are no nodes. I can... Yeah, see, there's actually no node representing these. These are just drawn directly using the Godot server API. It's not using the graphics API. If there was an actual graphics API exposed, it would make my life a lot easier for some things. So they're lower level. Yeah, it's pretty much the lowest level that Godot exposes to you. Yeah. Yeah, because going back to this diagram, right? So we're pretty much only using Godot for input. And so I guess input is implicitly wrapped in like a GUI, I guess. So there's like a GUI. So, and then the render stuff happens here, coming back from Rust. So Rust calls the renderer, but Godot, all we're using Godot for is input, GUI, windowing. That's the idea. We'll do a bunch of processing on the Rust side, then send it back to actually be drawn to screen using Godot. That's the idea. That's the game plan. So let's see. What resources do we need? We need delta, which is some sort of resource. It's a new type. And then mutable queries. This is actually something in Rust I still don't quite understand. Is sometimes you'll have like a parameter, like a query that's a mutable query, but sometimes you'll do like a mutable parameter that is of some type. And that's something I actually still don't really understand the difference between. Right, but we need something that is to paddle. And then we also need something, and we also need access to the drawable. Yeah. Right. I missed the second half of that drawing. It's gonna be heckin' fast. Yeah. Hopefully. Hopefully. I think the cooler part, besides the fast part, of course, like the second coolest part, I should say, is that it'll be really easy to just simulate things. Because then you just need to, define how things interact with each other, and then you just pass them in from Godot to your ECS, right? So basically, if you think about it, this entire Rust part is a black box. All you know is like, there's some API that I can expose using GD native here. So any of these export functions are just exposed to Godot. So the idea is that we'll be able to just, hey, add something new to our ECS, and then the black box will do a thing, automatically register it with all the systems, and then render it, right? Actually, I don't know if that's a good thing or not, though. Well, it is kind of a good thing, right? Because then you don't need to define all the, spawning logic in Rust. You can just do it in Godot, which is a lot quicker to iterate. You could define the object interaction logic on the Godot side. It's more of like the parameters. So it's almost like the interaction between like Python and NumPy. So like NumPy, basically a black box, right? Or like Python and pandas. Where like, Python, easy, glue code. Pandas, some sort of C++ stuff that allows for like really quick processing of arrays, right? How exactly does it work? I don't know, but the API is flexible enough for you to, do most of your setup in Python, right? And this is almost like the same idea, but like adapted for like Godot and Rust. So Godot is really easy to work with. You can do all your setup in Godot, pass everything through the ECS, and then it should just work, right? So, yeah, just think of it like Python to any of the multitude of data science libraries. So paddle system. We'll need the input queue. So mutable input queue. Res mute. It's okay. So then our input queue is just here in our process function. Oh, you know what? We'll want to do this. Boom, boom, boom. Do the input first and then run the schedule. All right, thank you for redeeming a hydrate. Remember to drink water, everybody. So our paddle system, let's see. Handle input, I'm just gonna take what I did from here and hopefully it should be good enough. So, I don't remember how this part works, so P, oh yeah. This is just iterating over the various things in our query. Okay. Huh. Doesn't this mean, like, I actually don't want to do that, right? So what do we have in the query? So this has... we can iterate over it. I feel like I don't actually want to iterate over it, though. What I actually want to do is read from the input queue and then just decide which actions to take, if that makes any sense. Huh. For each mutable, what is par? Parallel for each. Oh. That's a bit tough though, because input is not really something that you would want to, it's not really something that you would want to do in parallel. Not quite. So get mutable. What does this do? Returns the query result for the given entity. Hey. Oh, I see. Maybe. So here in the example, they're saying that they have a poison character struct, which is some sort of entity, I guess. And then they have, oh, and poison character is a resource that is just in the system, but it's not really something that is a component. It's just a resource. And then health, which is a component. So, okay, so if there is health, this is a super contrived example, of course. Get unchecked, probably don't want that. Get component, probably don't want that. Hey. I guess get mutable, huh? So if let's... Okay. So I'll need to look at the drawable. Wait. Then in that case, then I actually need to do for input in input queue. I forget what read all does. Oh, this is a drain. Into iter. Can't I just iter? Yeah, okay, so this does not have an iter, but I guess we are actually consuming the value anyway, so that's okay. So match input. So then there's Godot input left down, left up. We'll figure that out later. Would you need to convert Godot collision shapes to Rapier? How would that work? I'm just gonna create all the collision shapes in Rapier. So I won't be using Godot's collision logic at all. That's the idea. So going back to this diagram, right? We're only using Godot for inputs, for the GUI, and for rendering, and I guess windowing as well is somewhere here, right? Everything else is always just going to be on the Rust side. So collision shapes, 100% Rust. Godot input right up. All right, so now those are all covered, probably. There's no iter, but that's okay. Wonder why there is no iter. Creates an iterator for a value. Well, something about this doesn't feel right. Yeah, but how would you create complex shapes with the Godot UI? Don't know how Rapier does it. Rapier should be able to do it as well. But I mean, what kind of complex shapes are you really making anyways? Unless you're doing like a polygon. But I think Rapier supports polygons as well. So if you look at the docs.rs, wherever it is, that's not really it. All right. Yeah, we can find it. Is it geometry? So we have various collider things. This is something I haven't really looked into. I just know that it's possible. So platform or ground collision or convex shapes. Yeah, convex shapes could be kind of hard, but you know, they've been... I guess you need to do it almost like an array mesh, right? So like instead of like drawing it out by hand, actually, I guess you could try to draw it out by hand in Godot. Then you pass the points to Rust if you wanted to, right? Because everything is just data, right? So convex polygon, look at that. Even has a thing for that. How is it created? I'm not sure. We'll have to think about it. A 2D convex polygon. Yeah. From convex, he'll create a new 2D convex polygon from an arbitrary set of points. Yeah, there we go. So I think you can create collision shapes in Godot and maybe disable it. Maybe. I think for now I'm just going to do it all entirely here. Most of the collision shapes I use are just circles or boxes anyways. So, or they're like multiple circles and boxes. So you don't even really need to do a fancy, convex shape. All you need to do is just create many smaller shapes and then just kind of add them all together. Get mutable, I guess. So get mutable. What are we looking for? We're looking for returns the query results for the thingy. All right, so if let hold on. What was it called? Let okay paddle needs to be mutable. Actually, no, it does not need to be mutable. All we need to do is just grab the visual server, right? So let visual server is equal to an unsafe call to visual server Godot singleton. I gotta sneeze. Is equal to query get single mute. So that's a result. Hey. Get single mutable. Wait. When there's exactly one thing matching the query. That's actually not what we want. We want to get. Yeah, actually, it doesn't need to be mutable at all. It just needs to be get, huh? Returns the query result for the given entity. Hey. Get selection dot entity. I wonder, how would you check to see if it's, hold on. I guess here on the paddle part, I would need to have like an enum that's like paddle, we'll do like left, right, something like that. And I believe in Bevy you can do derive component for enums as well. Something like that. So paddle right, that should be okay, maybe. Yeah. And then this is paddle left. Yeah, okay. But then how do I query for just one of the things? All right, I still have an error somewhere, which is this. Visual server, expected value, found struct visual server. Oh, sorry. There we go. Let me see. How do we just get one thing? It just needs to be get because we're not changing anything. Huh. Turns to query results. I don't want to create a separate system for both left and right paddle. Selected character is a resource. Our input queue is also a resource. Let me see. Returns the query result for the given entity, where an entity is a Bevy ECS idea. In case of non-existing entity or mismatch with components, entity error is returned instead. This can only return immutable data. One immutable component. Here, get is used to retrieve the exact query result of the entity specified by the selected character resource. Yes. Okay. So we're wanting to match against paddle somehow. So what do we do? Get returns the query result for the given entity. That's, I'm a little confused. What does entity extend in terms of Bevy? So Bevy ECS. Give me the docs.rs. Go to the latest version. Oh, it's on 6.1. I should probably update as well. So query. This is just a query, isn't it? No? Yeah. Oh, this is not in query. This is in system. This is a system.query. Phenomenal. Entity ID access. I don't really want access to the entity ID. I don't think that makes a lot of sense. Let's see. Optional component access. No. Single component access. Iteration over every query result. Getting the query result for a particular entity. If you have an entity ID, you can get... Oh, I don't have the entity ID. Oh, okay. Getting a single query result. It's possible to get a single result from the query by using iter next. A more idiomatic approach would use the single or single mute methods instead. Keep in mind, though, they will return a query. Okay. Interesting. So maybe I will need to... Yeah, because get and get mute require an entity ID, which I don't actually have. Like I would need to store that then on the inputs. That's a bit hard. That's a bit hard. So it's not query get. I might just need to iterate over the query and then match. Yeah, I might need to just iterate over the query and then just match on it, right? What is iter combinations? Returns an iterate over all combinations of k query results without repetition. This can only return immutable data. What does that mean? What does this mean? All possible combinations of k query results without repetition. Ooh. That doesn't sound rusty. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to just get a single entity though, because I don't have the entity ID, unfortunately. Yeah, because I don't know how I would store the reference to the entity ID. I guess I could. That sounds really bad though. I'm thinking. Iter. Yeah, I guess we'll just iter. Right? We'll iter and then we'll just match. Because I can guarantee that there's only going to be two. I think usually if you have a lot of entities, you would want to iterate over them in parallel. Well, we can look into doing the parallel, right? Parallel for each. I need to look at an example though. But they don't have an example. Oh, okay. Well, I don't have a task pool. Bevy tasks task pool. Oh, this is on just a regular Bevy though, huh? Where's the Bevy ECS specific docs RS? Give me this. Concepts, blah blah. In ECS, you don't access one entity alone, right? Yeah, you don't. But in this case, I have two paddles, right? So like I'm not sure how I would, right? Given these inputs, you can create systems or components for each paddle. Yeah, but that doesn't sound correct. like that, then you would have a left paddle system and a right paddle system, wouldn't you? I guess that's okay. So that I would only go off of, I suppose, right? Then we'd have we'd do like left paddle system. Oh, but then I need to rethink how the input queue actually works then, because that's the input from Godot. So I'm not. How would you? Because if you have two systems executing at the same time, that's faster. Maybe we just have like a system that clears the input after, like the post update stage. We could just clear the input, maybe. They should be the same though they're different. Yeah, I suppose. It feels like something that you could do in one step though. Yeah, I'm gonna do it in one step and then we'll see if we can parallelize it. Well, no, we'll do left paddle system. And then we'll just need to have a second system that clears the input queue, if that makes sense. Yeah, input left component. Well, no. That's not very ECS-y then, is it? Because we just want to... Well, I guess we are just iterating over paddles, but then how does the queue work? right? Because we don't know if it has the, I'm already separating them out, right? Into left and right, so that's okay. I'm already separating them out by that, so that's fine. Yeah. We'll do it the basic way first. Because that's also the way I have this working anyways here. All right, so we'll do for input in input queue. And then, all right, what do we have here? No, we don't have an entity. I keep forgetting I don't have the entity. Separating them how? Well, it's based off of the paddle, right? So for paddle and drawable in query iter, and then we'll just have to match off of the paddle, right? So match p, which is the paddle, so this will be paddle left, paddle left. We'll do a thing, and then paddle right. We'll do a thing, something like that. Same class entities don't separate alone. Their systems and components make them separate. Then it might be ways to, no, yeah. So I'm already differentiating them based off of this enum, which is left or right. So that's how you would separate them. And then I would just need to figure out what all the actions in the input queue are. We could do something really dumb, which is just we iterate through the input once, read all the, you know what, the more I think about it, I was saying it out loud, I thought it'd be dumb, but I actually kind of like the idea. You're separating with the name. Yeah. Well, because it's the same component, just with the, it's the same component. It's the paddle component, and then there's the separator with the enum. Because of course you need some way to differentiate between stuffs. So let mutable. All right, I think I like this actually. So we just iterate through the input queue. Let left movements equal some sort of 0. This will be an F32. Let mutable right movement. We can make this parallel later, but I think for now this will be fine. So we're draining the input queue. So this will be left movements plus equals 1, I guess. This is left movement minus equals 1. Right movement plus equals 1. And then right movement minus equals 1. Yeah, I think that's okay. Then for here, we're matching off of the paddle. So this only iterates twice, so it's okay. Godot input, I'm not sure how long that'll take to iterate, but it should be pretty fast. But then we need to use the visual server to kind of finagle the thing into place. So it's canvas item get transform, I think. Where is it? Set canvas item. Where is it? I was looking at this. Canvas. Camera set transform. No. Canvas item add set. Right. Canvas item add set transform. What? Adds a transform 2D command. This affects the later. No, that doesn't sound right. Is there like a viewport set transform of canvas. There's no transform for texture, right? Yeah. Yeah. I was looking at this before. What the heck? Oh yeah, canvas item set transform. Yeah, there we go. Canvas item set transform. So oh no, but I need to know what the transform is beforehand. But I'm not, there's no way to query that, I think. Right? So is there a canvas item get transform? Canvas item get transform. No. There's only set transform, which means I need to store that on the Rust side, actually. All right, that's a bit tougher. That's a bit tougher. Our transforms. Our transforms on the Rust side, are those their own thing, or are those also Euclids? Transform 2D. Core types. All right. Fantastic. It's a Euclid. Guess we'll figure it out. So drawable will need to have an RID along with a transform 2D associated with it, which means that we're now going to have a few errors here. So this will be transform 2D new. Oh no. That's not enough parameters either. Right? No, that is enough parameters. Yeah, never mind. And so we only need to modify the last part of it. Is there a way to just get like an empty transform 2D? Yeah. Yeah. What do you got? Ooh. What the heck is this? What do you got? Approximate equal. Is there no way to just, I guess, yeah, you can do from array, which I don't really want. From arrays, no. From untyped, no. I don't really know what the source is. I guess it means it's more typed, I guess. Oh, okay. We can just pass in the identity transform instead of doing this song and dance. Oh, geez. Okay, so identity. Yeah, there we go. Beautiful. I actually don't want to be passing in the identity transform, but we'll make it work for now. Yeah, because actually with the identity transform, that means that this will be totally incorrect, because then they'll just display on top of each other. All right. This needs to be based off of this point too. So I believe that this is the origin point, more or less. So insert drawable. This one needs to change as well. So that's 100. This is negative 100. So now in our ECS, yeah, we're running into an error somewhere. Where is it? Is it U? Unresolved imports? Why? Huh? Takes a little bit. What the heck? It compiled correctly. Maybe it's just VS Code being confused. Yeah, okay, that was weird. All right, so here we have the drawable, which means here, I guess we need to define a speed somewhere. So let's just define it at the very top of the file because we're sickos like that. So const paddle speed is equal to I don't know, 10. 10's pretty good. So now if it's paddle left, then we'll want to do, we can let t, which is going to be the transform, we'll grab it from 1. That's your transform. Transform. Right. Then, where was it? Set transform. Yeah, then we'll just pass this back in. Slightly modified, of course. Oh, that means that this needs to be... Yeah, it's mutable, so that should be fine. Set as transform, can't you set position? There is no function for that in the visual server. So you must do everything via transforms. Yeah. There's no position, there's only set transform. Yeah, that's why it's harder to work with the visual server only. Let me see. Just paste this back. So this is an example of using the visual server. Actually, it might be worth looking at how they did their stuff as well. Wasn't it bullet? No. Bullet spawner? Yeah, set shape transform, and then you have to do it based on the transform. So they modify the origin every single time. I use nodes, I guess, for that. They're not actually using nodes. They're using the visual server. So that's what I'm trying to do. Transform. What do I have access to? Transform 2D. Are these private fields? Please don't be private fields. All right, they're public. So that's M31, M32. Ooh. So that's transform M32 probably plus equals left movement, because we pre-calculated that, and then we'll just set that in the visual server. So visual server, canvas item set transform. So that's D0. I should probably make that like an actual struct instead of a tuple struct. So RID, and then the transform. Yeah, there we go. Oh, and let me take this. Hold on. There we go. Which means we need to fix this. Drawable. Hold on, we're fixing a bunch of things now. Give me 1 sec. So that's okay. This one's wrong. Ignore all the red lines. Oh, geez. What are you freaking out about? Expected expression. Is that not correct? Are you not allowed to do that? Oh. RID. Transform. There we go. And then this is RID. Transform. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now we can access this using normal people terminology. Transform. And then this is DRID. Transform. Something like that. Yeah. So it should automatically update itself as well. So no method called canvas item set transform. All right, what was it called? Canvas item set transform. Oh, did I spell it wrong? we'll do the same thing here, but it needs to be right movement. All right. Well, I think that seems pretty good. Should probably like also incorporate delta into the calculation at some point, but we're not going to do that just yet. Let's give that a save. Go back to Godot, give it a run. All right, so I don't think it's working. So let's hit it with a print. Godot print excited. Moving left. So it should be listening for key W and key S in the process function. And then it's also just running its schedule there as well. So it's running the schedule pretty much on the same delta time. So all the things here should also be running off of delta, but I'm not doing that. Oh, hold on. Give it a recompile. Go back here, give it a run. All right, so I don't think that we're actually getting inputs. Let's see if we can actually see if we're getting inputs. So we can add a print statement here as well. Godot print, left press. Give it a compile. Just need to see what we need to do. All right, so left press, yeah, there we go. So we are getting actual inputs. However, for some reason, we're never, oh, it's because I just, I know why. I know why. I'm dumb. Paddle system. Input system. Phenomenal. As it turns out, you actually need to use the system if you want it to show up. Oh, geez. That doesn't seem right. All right, so I think there's a few problems. One is that it thinks too many things are pressed, which is not good. Or it thinks things are pressed just all the time. Yeah, moving left. Oh, no, moving left. Oh, that's this one. Okay, so let's take these out. Yeah. So left movement should just be 0. See, even if nothing is being pressed, yeah, it should always be iterating over and sending left movement, if that makes sense. We don't bail out early. Huh. Oh, it's because the transform doesn't actually match up with what we're passing in, I think, right? At least for the position, but actually, these should match up, right? Or at least that should be 100, this should be negative 100, if you will. That doesn't make a difference. I'm just doing it because it makes me feel better about myself. I don't know. So if left movement dot absolute is not 0, I guess. Or I guess if it is 0, then we'll just continue, right? Can you not do that? Can't call method absolute. Oh, okay. Well, there we go. Just give it a concrete type then. Then that's okay. That's left movement. This is right movement. Oh, geez. Oh, that's why. It's because it's like super powerful, right? Oh, okay. Right. So here, it just gets completely yeeted. I wonder, what is this? Or at the very least, I suppose we should just be doing like times delta for this. So hopefully it should just be a lot less strong, because you know what? It's probably because it's calling it as fast as possible, right? That might be it. So can't multiply F32 by, oh, delta is a new type, so we'll just slap that into there. Right, delta is a new type. Where a new type is just a wrapper, basically over another struct or another value. Yeah. There we go. Send me. Paddle speed. I'm not using that right now. Oh, geez. I'm not sure where it went. I mean, it is sending the input and also not crashing, which is good. Yeah, it's not the paddle speed because I'm actually just using 1. I wonder if it's not M32 and I should be using another value for the origin. Does this have just an origin thingy? Oh, the translation term. Oh, no, translation terms are M31, M32. That's what I'm using, right? M32, M32. Yeah, which should correspond to the Y. You divide by 1,000. Yeah, we can continually divide by smaller numbers, I guess. I don't think it's a translation speed or the speed. It might be the speed. I don't know. Maybe. It's hard to say. I think it's more of like the transform points that I'm setting is wrong. All right. Nope. Yeah, I think it's the transform point that's wrong. So the RIDs should be correct. So if we look here, these queries are batched to this thing here. So when we spawn things in, they're actually packed together. So these should be correct. So this paddle has this drawable. Yeah. And that will never change. Yeah. Oh, actually, it doesn't need to be mutable, but we'll change that later. Let me see. What's wrong here? Canvas item set transform. Let's see. Add texture rect. That's fine. You can rotate it. I'm not going to rotate it. Set transform. Set transform. Is there a, okay, we can try this. Is there like a translated function? Or maybe in the, when we spawn it in, I should be using the, what if I just set the transform immediately here and then we can go from there? Yeah, okay. Let's try setting the transform immediately and then we'll start working with modifying it, right? Oh geez. Let right transform. Please. So that's your right transform. Let's grab our left transform as well. This is starting to get pretty gross. Let's left transform. Without delta, will it even work? I wasn't using delta before. So the delta should be like a very, very low value, so it doesn't, right? Because it's the delta, it's a delta change in process, so that's already like tiny. So that shouldn't make a difference. If anything, it should be helping, right? Yeah, see? I think that delta was actually helping me here. It would have presumably helped me here if the... But I think the problem is actually with this calculation. So viz server canvas item set transform. How did they do it? So here they're doing set parents, blah, blah, canvas item, add texture rect. So it's a... Ooh. Hold on. Where is the rect to? Yeah, so this is... Add it centered. So this is texture get size divided by 2. And then the texture get size. Okay, so that's how you do it. I should be doing it like that. So this is... Yeah, actually, yeah. I guess these are all always... Oh, I see. I think. So I think it always draws them at 0, maybe. But anyways, this is actually the origin. Yeah. So, do I have the texture? Paddle image. I don't really have a texture. Yeah. Don't really have a texture. I guess it's an image. Oh, you know what? It expects the reference to be kept around, but what's actually happening is I'm dropping them immediately. That might be the problem, right? Because once this goes out of scope, this is on... Yeah, you know what? I need to store this. Yeah, that's probably it. That's probably it, is because it's drawn once to screen, and then it doesn't get redrawn if there's no changes to it. Yeah. And then once ready is done, this paddle image actually gets dropped because it's never passed back to Godot. But there's no way to pass it back to Godot, which means I need to keep it on my side and then drop it by myself. Yeah. So this needs to be a resource. So insert resource. I guess we can do... It's starting to get really messy. Struct image textures. Sure. We can call this a, I don't know, it's just a vec. It's a vec of references of images. That's probably okay. That's probably okay. And then we can do ECS, world, insert, resource. This will be image textures. Just vec new, like that. No. Image textures, like that. All right, cool. And then we'll just have to grab that later, right? In the same way that we grab it like this. So this should be image textures, image textures. And then paddle image, we'll just need to grab that. Yeah, so we'll grab this and just insert it into image textures. So this is like 0, push back, paddle image, maybe? Is that okay? Or is it called push? All right. Expected, shared, found, unique. All right, so we'll do it after this, like that. So basically we need to hang on to paddle image, otherwise it gets dropped. All right, now this part, borrow of moved value, does not implement the copy traits. Guess we'll need to do it at the end. Right, like that. No. What is your problem? Cannot borrow self world as mutable more than once at a time. First mutable borrow occurs here at 136. That's true. That's true. Drop self world. You don't want to do that. Yeah, you're not allowed to do that. Huh. And we can't move it into a different scope. Thanks for redeeming a hydrate. Let's drink some water, everybody. All right. Now here's where we're starting to get into weird territory with Rust, because I need to do the double mutable borrow. I need to do the double mutable borrow. I don't think this fixes it. Yeah. Cannot borrow self world as mutable more than once at a time. This is true. Maybe we could just drop image textures, so we do this and then we drop image textures. That doesn't seem right. All right, I guess that's okay. It means yeah. I mean, this is more or less a mutable reference, I think. I think that's okay. Hopefully. Borrow moved value. But I'm cloning it. I'm cloning it. Oh, but I'm not allowed to clone it. It has to be the same image. But now it's used. So this is a ref image. We want to hold on to that. This is the same image that we need to also hold on to, and then we're using it. All right, that's just tough. Like, I know this is valid, but I cannot guarantee that it'll be valid in all circumstances. So expects references to be kept around. I need to keep the reference. So like this is 100% necessary. Like this is necessary. Does not implement the copy traits. All right, what can we do here? So this is a reference, a shared reference. Yeah. Go to ref. All right, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? So clone. No, we don't want to clone. No, we don't want to create a new thing. No, like we need to keep it around. 100%. Assume safe, probably not what we want. I mean, it will give me a temporary reference, but we don't want a temporary reference. We want like the the strongest reference possible. Use of moved value. Yes, I know it's moved, but how do I use it in multiple places? We could just wrap this entire block. Oh, but then we don't have it anymore. Okay. We could wrap even more of the block. I don't think that solves it though. Yeah, that absolutely does not solve it. If we wrap this block, then nothing happens. It's the same as just calling drop. Yeah. Which puts us in the same place because we've moved the value. We don't want to copy it. We could try to, well, what if I clone it? I guess what happens if I clone it? In theory, that should be okay. Like, and then it'll be cloning the reference multiple times, which is okay. So technically they should be sticking around. Doesn't an ECS library have ways to allow these? Well, yeah, they do. The problem is Godot doesn't make any guarantees about how things work, right? So because as far as Rust is concerned, this paddle image is just a pointer. So that's the hard part, is that Rust doesn't know what it is. All it knows is that it's a reference to an image, aka a pointer. So I think this is okay if I just clone the reference multiple times and we just hang on to it. Maybe. Yeah. That should be fine. That should be fine. But then here, paddle image. Or actually, hold on. Image textures. We could just make it like a reference to references of a pointer. No, that doesn't make any sense. Does it? Can you do that? So this is like a double reference? No, that's not how that works. Yeah. We don't want to have a ref. Yeah, you can't even do that anyways. That's fine. You can't store references like that. Yeah. What was I thinking? All right, so paddle image. What do we have on this? Paddle image. It'll be get size divided by 2. And then get size. Okay. Does this exist? What function is this? I need to get a tref. I need to get a tref. That's tough. Figure out how to add users from my client. Get around to adding many though. How's your project going? It's going somewhat poorly. Starting to run into the first problems with passing data from Godot to Rust. So you can see here. Look at that. So what happens is that I think it's actually moving it left, and it's moving it correctly to the left. But because we drop the reference to the rectangle, Godot doesn't know what to do with it. So it tries to move. It tries to access a pointer that doesn't exist, but because we're accessing all the pointers via RIDs, it is null safe, more or less. So we don't crash, but then nothing happens, essentially. But then the screen redraws. But because the pointer doesn't exist anymore, the rectangle disappears. So basically, we draw everything once in this ready function, but when we try to actually move it, we lose the reference to the image because we're not storing it. And then because there's no more reference, Godot doesn't know what to do, but because also the reference is in the form of an RID, a resource ID, it's null safe. And then also because we signal that we're going to redraw, it redraws. There's no image. And then this is what happens. Check the remote to see where things go. There's nothing in the remote though. There's nothing in the remote. We're not adding nodes. Yeah. No seg follows by object. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. It's not even an object, it's just a pointer. It's a null safe pointer. So what I'm trying to do is I'm storing the reference, or I'm cloning a reference at least of the image. So at least it hangs around on the Rust side. I'm not sure if that makes sense or not. I think it does. Let me see. Look. Paddle image is equal to unsafe. Paddle image assume safe. So now we have a tref, a temporary reference that gives us a lot more control over what it is. Paddle image. Oh, that's an image. It's not a texture. How do we get a texture? Oh. Wait, no, that's fine. Actually, isn't this this is get height, isn't it? So we don't need this part. If you create Godot objects instead of Rust objects in ECS, Godot would keep the references, right? Well, I would need to pass them back to Godot, but yeah. So like the hard part is, well, what I could do is always just create sprite objects, pass them back to Godot, as in like add them as children. So here, instead of just drawing them on the visual server directly, what I would do is just add them as children so they exist in the scene tree. And then I can maintain a reference to those. But then we lose like the blazing fast performance of just doing everything on the visual server. Which is the... I guess that's okay. It makes it easier to track, at least. Yeah, I'm trying to avoid doing that, but if I have to do it, I'll go with that plan. I don't want to do it, though. So get height. I think it's divided by 2. No. All right. Can't divide I64 by float. Oh, interesting. Cool. Hey. Expected F32 found I64. Fantastic. As F32. Yeah. I want to see if I can do everything on the visual server, but if I have to, I can just create sprites and then manipulate the sprite positions. But I think, I'm not sure how that will work in terms of the ECS, because then we're kind of losing the reference, right? We no longer have a reference to the object, right? Because nodes don't have RIDs by themselves. Yeah, people are working. Visual server might not be capable of to work with as a server. Yeah, this is part of the engine. Well, I mean, it is more or less asynchronous, so I think it's probably fine. It's probably fine. Ah, geez, what did I do? Point 2. The ref sprites don't need to be interacted with. You could probably just leave them where they are and just redraw them continuously. I might not have it right in your head. They do need to be interacted with. I need to maintain a handle on them. So there's two ways of doing it, right? So there's two ways of doing it. So there's my way that I've been trying to puzzle out, which is using the visual server. So you have a visual server. Visual server maintains an RID to like the texture. It maintains an RID to the canvas item. That's pretty much it, right? And so this RID is more or less guaranteed to be unique, at least for the visual server, and it's copy safe. But the problem is that we also need to maintain a reference to the actual image somewhere. Otherwise, the visual server doesn't know about it. On the other hand, we could use the scene tree, which is more, I guess, in line with what Godot kind of expects. And so all then we need to do is just add, we just need to add like a sprite. Or in Rust terms, it would be a ref sprite, because that's just a pointer. And then that's all kind of self-contained. So that maps back to the visual server. But just redraw them continuously. So they do need to be interacted with. It all kind of goes back to this. It's just like, how do I store the ref image? Do I store it myself, or do I do it via scene tree? But the scene tree does a lot of the like cleanup, and it kind of assumes that you aren't directly interacting with the sprite at all. But I am. Like, basically, like if your thing is in the scene tree, it adds a lot of additional functionality that I don't actually need, which is what I'm trying to avoid. All right, so I have an error somewhere. Where's my error? No, this is fine. Can't you store it on a node in GD scripts? I could. I think we're rubber ducking it to me. Yeah, we store it on a node. So what do you mean on a node? Do you mean, like, technically this is a node, right? Technically this is already a node. I suppose I could, well, no, because then you know what? Yeah, that's actually true. I could just store it here. And then just clear it afterwards. Yeah, you know what? That makes sense. There's no reason to make it a resource. I could just store it straight on the struct. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I could just store it here. It's a bit weird, but because we never need to interact with it in the ECS, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. That's like stuff lower than nodes though, right? There's stuff lower than nodes? Yeah, so there's objects and references. But so the way that it's structured in Godot is that you have right? A sprite is a node, right? Sprites are nodes. Sprites are nodes, but then sprites have several components. So textures are resources. And then I think images are also just resources. And then, so those are at a lower level than nodes. But you can, resources are references. So you can, basically, they're smart pointers. Yeah, but I think bumd suggested will probably work. I think that makes sense. So we'll do like textures. We'll just hold on to that in like a, maybe like a vec of it needs to be a vec of references of images. Yeah. Something like that. Then this will be textures vec new. Something like that. All right, so then this is wrong. We don't need to store them. They don't need to be accessible from the ECS, which means we don't need that anymore. Paddle image, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I guess we do need to assume safe. So assume safe gives you a tref, a shared tref, which is pretty weird. I guess we don't need to have the double step, but it is nice to have the double step so it's more obvious what we're doing. So we create a shared reference and then we unsafely assume it's safe to get a temporary reference to the underlying object. Then we do all of this stuff. And then self textures push paddle image, right? Can we do that? Ah! Okay, hold on. How do I get, this is a tref. How do I turn a tref back into just a regular ref? Tref. As ref. That's like an actual ref. I don't want it like an actual ref. Claim. Okay, so we claim it at the very end. So this is mine now, basically. Ooh, could be right. Could be right. No errors. Probably. Yeah, let's go. Send me. They didn't really position correctly. Oh, it's because of this. All right, so let's do it like this. These need to be floats. Give it a recompile. See where we're at. Oh, no, it just disappears again. And then there's no way to introspect on it either because it's a... There's no way to introspect, which is tough. What we could do, what we can do is we can listen for key press and then it just prints out the results basically. So here we can do if input handler is key pressed global constants key space question mark, and then we'll do Godot print all right, then we're going to look for self textures. So we'll just try to convert it to a string and see what we get. So it might still be too much of an input. It might be. Well, no, it's not that much input, right? And I am still applying delta to it, so it is. Yeah, I mean we can change it to like 10,000, right? So it's pretty much never changing. But this is, I mean, this is the input, right? It's only this many inputs. The delta isn't that strong. And then we're also, remember, we're only moving by 1. So I don't think it's the input. I don't think I recompiled. It's the hardest thing about doing this stuff in Rust is that you need to remember to recompile. All right, so it goes away. We just have, no, we still have the image. It's still there. It's still there. Huh, does it require, I don't know. I mean, let's print the transform, I guess. It could just be that it's a bad transform, right? It could just be a bad transform. Entirely possible it's a bad transform. Oh, it's 100. Wait, no. That's okay. So it goes to infinite. I don't think it's going to infinite. It's like very close to 0. And then it's at 100 though. No, that makes sense. It should be at 100. Yeah. Cuz it's 100, the 100 is the X position. So they all spawn at 100. So we have the one image just stored. And then move left to using W and S. Yeah, I mean, those positions are correct. We can even print out the positions now. Or I wonder if it's because... Let's insert these here. Left transform, hey? Left transform. Then right transform. Just a little bit of cleanup, I guess. I feel like I'm close. I feel like I'm close. All right, and then we'll set the transform of the right thingy. So this is right paddle RID, right transform, I suppose. That should be okay. Yeah. Position is correct, then yeah, it needs to be redrawn. Well, yeah, it is redrawn though, right? Because you're not supposed to force a redraw. It should just redraw automatically. Because that's part of the reason why you don't have direct access to the graphics APIs, is because Godot is wrapping the redraw stuff for you. I mean, we can try to force a redraw. I don't think that's a good idea though. So we do viz server. It's like force draw, swap buffers. I don't know, what do swap buffers do? True. Frame step 0 0. Yeah, there we go. We can try it. I don't think that's correct. It might be correct. It says you're not supposed to do that though, in my defense. Nope. Nope. Nope, not supposed to do that. Also, it was starting to get pretty laggy as well, but it might be the print spam. Huh. So the way I was doing it in this stuff was I was directly manipulating the node position, more or less. But I don't think that's correct. Godot requires drawing the visuals. It doesn't. If you read the documentation, it says you're not supposed to. Yeah, it's draw. Draw is deprecated. Force draw says it's unsafe, which makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, you don't need to force a redraw. We have the texture. We are Maybe it's because we don't want to clone it. Maybe we just want to do it like this and reuse the texture a few times. Maybe. So we just reuse the same texture. Maybe like cloning it doesn't do what I think it's doing. Nope. Okay, well. I thought that was correct. I did recompile, right? Yeah. Okay, interesting. But when I set the transform here directly, it appears to just totally break. Is it because of the right transform is busted? Yeah, the tough part is I don't know what the transform is because there's no API to query. There's no API to query the visual server for the transform. You know what? I probably don't, but what do you got? Maybe do the same thing on GD scripts? Yeah, that's probably fair enough. I really should be doing that. Yeah. So here we go. This is it, right? See how API works. I mean, this is pretty much how the API works, right? So we have a texture, var text, like that, text, and then we can do, oh, we'll just do it in process, it doesn't matter. So if input is key pressed, key W, then we'll do something. If input is key pressed, key S, then we'll do a thing. All right, so what is this? All right, so that's our texture. Let's keep a handle on our transform as well. So this will be, don't know. It will overlap with Rust. Yeah. Transform 2D. Tran origin dot x is equal to -100. Then we can do visual server canvas item set transform. It'll be left paddle. Oh, then we also need to store the RID as well. We want to access it again, right? So RID, grab you, fix the errors that it will spring up. Boom, boom, boom. Then here we'll do tran.origin y minus equals, I don't know, 10. It doesn't matter. And then we'll set the transform again. And then we'll do the same thing with S, right? Except plus. So we run that. Maybe it's not working. Maybe it was never working, but this should be working actually. If key pressed, hold on. Print hello. The value is just not high enough. Am I dumb? Do you actually need to redraw it? You don't need to do that though. Do you actually need to force a redraw? Force draw, yeah, sure. Or is the transform just not changing? Is that it? Equals tran T origin Trend equals T. Is that not how that works? Plain wrong, might be. Yeah. Well, it has to be a transform. What's going on with transform 2D? I'm feeling very dumb right now. Oh, I'm setting the... Okay, yeah, my bad. No, that is the transform origin. Like, I guess we can like manually translate it, right? And then just get back a... Or not manually translate it, but we can translate it like... Tran is equal to tran translated, or translate vector to, I don't know, like 100, 100. It doesn't matter. We'll just move it somewhere. So you're overlapping WASD. It doesn't matter. There's nothing else. There's nothing else listening for WASD. Barely keeping up. Fair enough. That's all right. That means we're just at the same level of understanding. You know, Y up maybe. I'm not keeping up either. Oh. Translated. Why isn't it redrawing? Shouldn't you should be able to canvas item set transform. This is the canvas item. This is the canvas item. Canvas item create. Create from image. Eh? Visual server canvas in the physics 2D server space. That's not what we want. Print the position instead of hello. All right, well, yeah, we can do that. That's probably, yeah, that'll probably help a little bit. Yeah, I mean, it is going up. It's doing it. It's doing it. Because it is changing for both key up and key down, or key W, key S. Huh. That's tough. Isn't this how this works? Where's that GitHub thing? I need to see what they're doing. Because they were doing it like that. Like that's exactly what they were doing. This is exactly what they're doing in Bullet Hell Spawner, right? So look at this. So they're doing move the bullet, and if we look at what bullet is, isn't bullet a transform? The current position is vector 2. My bad. Then the use transform origin is the bullet's current position. They set the shape. Oh, but then how do they get drawn? Do they have? Oh, that's their. Where do they draw it? Draw texture. Ooh. Oh, they're just manually drawing it. Oh. Maybe this is totally wrong. They're moving the shapes manually, but then, or they're moving the shapes using the server, but then they're just drawing each bullet using the built-in draw function. Isn't this supposed to work on canvas node? It is supposed to work on a canvas node, yeah. Well, it's not supposed to work on a canvas node. You always have an underlying canvas node, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, because every canvas item node should be able to just call draw. So you can do something like draw circle or whatever, right? You can always just do that. I don't know why you would want to do that, but you could. I'm gonna be mad. I'm gonna be mad if it's this. Alright. Thank goodness, it's not it's not that. Drawing is only... Alright, that's fine. Alright, that's good. It's not that. I thought it might be like I need to call updates. That's good. Use the canvas item for updates. Not true. Not true. World 2D. Yeah, get canvas. Game node isn't canvas, it's an object 2 node. Well, according to this, right? So for 2D, the World 2D resource obtainable in the viewport and canvas item nodes. So a canvas item is inherited by a control and a node 2D. So we always have access to the canvas item. Canvas item has all of these functions along with get canvas and get canvas item. Oh? No, yeah. Is it get canvas? I don't think it's get canvas. Please don't explode. Okay, that's good. Yeah, no, that's right. That's right. I don't know what the difference between get canvas and get canvas item is. It returns the RID of the World 2D canvas. Returns the canvas item RID used by the visual server for this item. Yeah, no, that's right. That's right. But because this isn't working in GD script either, that leads me to believe that I'm doing something wrong. Yeah, so even though I'm adjusting this, so that's the RID. Position. Is it because I'm not setting the parent first? Oh, please don't be that. Please don't be that. Okay. It's gonna be very distraught. Oh no, it might still be that. I don't know if it changed. All right, canvas item, add texture rect, which is the. It doesn't really matter, but we can emulate what they're doing here. Text, get size. No. Texture create from image. This will actually give me an RID. Hold on. No, that's... This is wrong. This is very wrong. Ooh. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This gives me just a random RID, but I actually need to pass in a texture? No, this is a texture RID. Wait, is this right? No. What? Is this right? Hold on. This doesn't match the... I'm thinking. I'm thinking. Hold on. Everyone shut up. Text equals load this thing. Something doesn't seem right here. Maybe I'm stupid. Yeah, you can't do that. This is wrong. Yeah, see, look, what they're doing is... error parsing expression. Misplaced. Oh, that's fine. Oh, is the... That doesn't make sense though, because this gives you a resource. This gives you some sort of texture, right? This should be an image texture. Or at least at the very, yeah, this is an image, right? Image texture. Oh, Godot is doing some sort of weird magic on the back end to convert this to an RID. That's very strange. But anyways, that's okay. One of the few niceties of Godot is that it handles most of this stuff for you. All right, so we're still not able to move. Let's see, set texture rect. Boom, boom. Set parent. All right, well, let's continue to shift things around. Not able to move it still. Canvas item, set transform. Canvas item RID with the new transform. Oh, once added, they cannot be modified. It needs to be cleared and the primitives re-added. Okay. It was right here in front of me the entire time. Once added, they cannot be modified. The item needs to be cleared and the primitives re-added. This is not the case for setting the transform. Wait a minute. No. No, this is not the case for setting the transform, which can be done as many times as the desired primitives are cleared this way. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, let's Google it, I guess. Godot, move, canvas, item, visual, server. Viewport and canvas transforms. Canvas transform. There's nothing here. I might have to just like ask somebody about this. I don't know if this is working correctly. All right, like what if I just do this, whatever they're doing here? What happens if I do this? Export. Yeah, see, look at that. Sure about transform origin? Yeah, I'm 100% sure about the transform origin. But actually, if you see here, what should have happened is that this should have drawn... This should have drawn, like, rotated, right? It should be rotated. Something doesn't seem right here. Something seems very wrong. Yeah, see, like, this should have been rotated, right? Based off what they're doing. So let's do this. Like, what if we don't even use the camera? Yeah. What if we don't even use the camera? Just turn off the camera. Yeah. Is there something wrong here then? Yeah. All right. We're going to get rid of all of this. So var CIRID. Just copy and paste all of this. Is it canvas layer? It shouldn't make a difference. Shouldn't make a difference. Canvas item. Mix tabs and spaces. Fair enough. Okay, cool. So, texture, sure, we can call this texture here. My texture doesn't exist, so we'll just pull in assets icon, Grab all this. What? What happened? What happened? Am I stupid? What's different? What's the difference? What's the difference? RID. Do we need it? Is it like the order? There's no way it's just the order. Please don't be the order in which we load things in. Texture, load. We create the transform. Well, actually, we're not even using that. Texture, 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 transform, rotated. What are you talking about? What? Might be the order. It's not the order, I think. Right? Because the order is you canvas item creates. And then we do canvas item set parents based off the RID that you get back. And then get canvas item. Then we store the texture. We're not using the transform here. Then visual server, canvas item, add texture rect, right? Canvas item, add texture rect, that's what I'm using? Yeah. Using the RID, the rect 2, which I'm using the same things for, and texture. And then the transform is the same as what they're using. Right, yeah, that's the same thing. And then canvas item, oh my god. Why is there add set transform? I've been calling add set transform! What does add set transform do? What the heck is add set transform? Adds a transform 2D command to the canvas items draw commands. This sets the extra matrix uniform when executed. I'm gonna head out and work on my game some more. Hope the rest of your stream goes well. Thanks for tuning in as I slowly fall into madness. Add set transform is used for shaders. What is that? It's used for shaders. But thanks for tuning in, Nova. I feel that's who would do such a thing like this. It's used for shaders. Phenomenal. All right, and then we break. Oh, and I did that wrong. Set transform. Let's see. So we just set it to like that. Yeah. So it's giving no errors. Yeah. All right. So that seems okay. So that works on the Godot side. Stay calm. Stay collected. Am I accidentally calling add set transform? No, I'm calling set transform here. So that's correct. I don't think the order matters then, right? So we should be able to do this. So paddle image, create from image, and that gives us the RID. But we do need to hold on to the image, I guess. something like that. So this is text RID, or text RID if you will. Slap this into here. Var text RID. It's like that. What is it? Paddle image is not declared in the current scope. That's fine. And then this is actually get height. This is get width. Use RID. You do use RID for reference, right? Yeah. Yeah. Hold on. Image. Is there just a get size? Yeah, there is just a get size. Okay. Yeah, I should be using that. Oh, okay. So you're not able to do that with just an image? Or do I need to store the texture RID as well? Oh, wait. Hold on. Yeah. So we don't even need to store the texture RID. We only need to store the original texture. Yeah. Oh, and actually forced draw is making it look really choppy as well, I think, right? Yeah, forced draw was making it look super choppy. But that's how you're supposed to do it. So my methodology here is correct. Basically, like, it doesn't matter what order you do this stuff in, right? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, if I switch it around like that, yeah. Or you switch it around like that. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We are leaking. Oh, no, we're not leaking. That's fine. Yeah, so that's okay. That's okay. Which means we need to go back to the ECS then and see why this isn't working then. Because we are listening, but we lose this stuff, even though we should have a reference to it. Heh. So this is canvas item set transform. The transform is changing kind of. It's actually not quite correct. Yeah, because this should be, oh, yeah, this needs to be iter mute. Yeah, because we need to change it. Oh, so we'll give this a recompile. Oh, send me. Huh. Huh. So mutable, drawable. Then this is transform. And then we need to reset it back on the transform, right? Transform is equal to, or we can just do it like that, right? Detransform. Detransform. Something like that. Then we'll print out detransform. Still running into a problem. Cannot borrow D as mutable. It is mutable though. Alright. I guess we just need to do a little bit dereference magic, I think. I think that's probably what's happening there. Hard to say sometimes. So we still have the image. It's there. Huh. Right? I'm doing the same thing. where I create a new image, right? I create a new image, I load it, and then we're doing, we have to do a little bit of Rust stuff to kind of coerce it into being okay. Okay, well, that's okay. That's tough. That's tough. So that's, all right, hold on. So that's canvas item create. We create the texture from the image. And we load the image in. So this is a ref image unique, and then we kind of coerce it into a temporary reference to an image. But this is our RID. We have our transform. Canvas item, add texture rect, yeah, with the RID, the various image thingies. Is it the transform constructor? I don't think it is. Like, if you look at the thing here, it says, when translating and transforming 2D into general matrix representation, we consider that the representation follows the column major notation with column vectors. Translation terms are M31 and M32. Right? Which is also how Godot does it. So these are correct. Like, I could just modify like all of the things, but these are the correct values. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's because I'm losing the reference to it. So this is tile false modulates, just the standard transpose false, and then please don't be like the normal map. If it is the normal map, no, because it draws correctly the first time. Visual server. Set parent. Yeah, it doesn't matter where you set the parent. Yeah. And then the set transform stuff. Yeah, this is also correct. So this is like left paddle RID, left transform. So if I compile this, then they should both disappear, right? Even though I don't move any of them. Yeah, now they're just gone. Even though they should be there. And then I can do the same thing here. So we'll have both things running at once. We'll set it to the same thing, right? You lose the reference, wouldn't PAL just stay where it is? More like you overwriting the ref? That doesn't make any sense though. Right, because I'm not overwriting any reference here. I'm not doing anything at all. Yeah. The only thing I'm overwriting is the transform, but that's like on the Rust side. Because I'm using the correct RID. Clearly something is happening, because whenever I modify the RID, they disappear. Right? I'm passing in their correct RIDs, right? Yeah, this is the paddle, canvas item create. This needs to be that RID, canvas item create. Yeah. And then the transform is also changing, so I'm doing it correctly. Oh. So that's right movement, by the way. Detransform. Yeah. I wonder if it's a bug just on the Rust side then. It could just be like a bug on the Rust side. So if we take a look at this, oh, okay, well, This is one of the generated values. It's entirely possible that this is just a Rust bug. I guess I need to... All right. I'm gonna refill my drink. I'll be right back. I'm gonna refill my drink. Bug in the visual server bindings? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, but I need to confirm it. So what I would need to do is just have like a completely separate struct, right? So we'll do pub struct like Rust sprite, right? And then we'll just assign all the same things that we did here. But instead of running it through the ECS, it'll just be a node, right? But I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. All right, so I need to just really quickly do derive native class, inherit node2d, do all the same stuff. Rust sprite, so this will just have a sprite, which will be an option to a ref. Wait, no. It'll just be a ref sprite, right? That's pretty much it. Then we need to have impl Rust sprite methods. There we go. Then f or function new turns self. Then we will load in the sprite, pretty much. So I think that's so let sprite equal resource loader load. Oh, are you not allowed to do that? Is that not a... That might not be a how you use it. Resource loader. Oh, it's a singleton. Godot singleton. So load. All right, so path. We'll just pass in the Godot icon. It's pretty easy. What else do you need? Type hint. I don't know what it needs. Please. All right. Resource loader. So load, type hints. What is that supposed to be? Loads a resource at a given path. An optional type hint. How Rust doesn't have optionals? Ooh. Yeah, that's what I thought. There we go. Yeah, I guess it has like implicit default arguments. I don't really know what that means. And then self sprite. Yeah, that's pretty much it. What is your problem? What am I missing? It's pretty much all you need, right? Where? Expected 0 arguments, found 1. There are no arguments. Eh? Yeah, I mean this is how you're supposed to call it. Is there an error somewhere else? Yeah, like new. Yeah, new is not supposed to have any arguments. Native class. Yeah. Sprite. Oh, okay. This needs to be some sprite. And that's actually a resource, which means I need to cast it. Oh, good. Hold on. We can check out the Godot Rust book. Godot Rust book. Give me the common code questions. I see they do it there. Additional arguments. No. All right. Can't you do? There's like it's like cast. Something like that. I just kind of guessed. Missing structure fields. Fair enough. I was gonna say that's pretty good. Found enum option. Expected struct. Hey. Oh no, just unwrap me. Okay. Found enum option. Hey. Oh, right. So it's not cast. Oh, this is an option already, so let's just unwrap it. We'll let it panic. All right. Expected struct ref counted. Found struct manually managed. Oh, this is a resource. Oh, okay. So load, this gives me a resource. And then resource. How do I cast this into a... Does this have does this... I guess we can do like a try into. Probably not. Trait implementation, subclass. Godot object. Godot object has... Yeah, you can just cast. Right. Trait bound, prelude, sprite, subclass. Findings. So, okay, what we can do is, this is image now. Image, let sprite equal sprite new, I guess. And then, I guess this doesn't need to be casted, right? Just kind of slap this in here. Now, this is wrong. Oh, this needs to be a ref. To shared. Can you do that? Something like that. What's the problem here? Is it just broken? Sometimes that happens. Waiting for it. Yeah, okay, yeah. No. Function takes one argument. Takes 0 arguments when one argument was supplied. Where? Ah, jeez. Ooh. Am I stupid? So there is another error somewhere that's causing a bunch of random errors to kind of bubble up. This is derive. This is derive. Ooh. Alright, we can try the no constructor thing and see if that just does a thing. Am I stupid? Am I stupid? Yeah, well, the problem is that there's a lot of macros. Macros are nice when you're the one that wrote them, but it must be something like it's one of these things here that's kind of breaking it. Alright, so we can just do it like this then, right? So this is an image, which is some sort of image. It's reference counted, so it must be a ref image. Yeah, so we can change how this works, right? So this will be a image. We'll grab this and then just kind of slap it into our ECS factory. So do function new Rust sprite reference returns an instance of Rust sprite. It'll be unique and we'll pass it over to Godot. So it'll be let image equal that. Then we'll do Rust can't just write empty functions. You can, but it's like based off of what they're supposed to return, something like that. Yeah, so that's okay. So oh, okay, hold on. What's the error? Mismatched types. Oh, in place. Sorry. Yeah, you can just write empty functions, but I'm just doing something slightly incorrectly. So image. I guess we can try to cast to image. Unwrap. Sick. All right. I'm into it. Then sprite. What are the sprite things that we have? So sprites. How do I set texture? Texture object to draw. I need to set the texture. Set texture. Rust skills are basic, want to learn for sure. Yeah. I think the basics are somewhat easy, especially if you read the book. I'm not good at reading the book, but I don't know. I feel like whenever I read something from a book, I usually understand most of it, but I always get hung up on like something extremely small. So like the thing that got me for a while was the difference between like a mutable reference to something and a reference to something. So I guess it took me a little while to understand that when you have a mutable reference to something, that means that you are consuming the value, or basically you're borrowing the value. So you cannot have multiple mutable things at a time, or multiple mutable references of the same object at a time. Which, you know, when you say it out loud, sounds obvious, but that just did not click with me until it just didn't click for a while. I was gonna say I can only learn Rust by learning the Rust compiler errors. Well, luckily the Rust compiler errors are pretty easy to read. Luckily they're pretty easy to read. And they're very informative most of the time. I guess this is an image texture, huh? Image texture. So set data, create from image. All right. You know, error-driven development. That's pretty much what I do, right? Story of my life. So this is create from image. That doesn't seem right. No, that is right. Yeah. This is just an image texture new. Then texture. Create from image. If it gives no error, it's 100% correct. Yeah, that's pretty much what I do. That's pretty much me in a nutshell. Flags, I don't know, flags. Just set it as 0. Sprite set texture. Texture? Something like that. Oh, no errors. This doesn't seem right then, because I should be creating a new Rust thingy here. Or maybe it's because like none of it's ever like called. Simple coding is easy. Yeah, just keep typing until everything works. Easy. No problem. Amazing how this is like 10 times harder to create. Yeah. Well, right now I'm just trying to see what the problem is. Yeah, there we go. I guess ECS works more underlying things. Maybe. It's just like the fact that this is requiring like Rust, which is tough. It's requiring Rust. right, hold on. And then we need to do function ready, which takes, I guess, self. This is a node 2D. Export. So what we'll do is we'll do owner add child sprite. All right, so we're going to have a few errors here. Function takes 2 arguments, but 1 argument was supplied. Legible unique name. All right, so that's false. It doesn't matter. Then this one, oh, right, self, which is just a pointer. Yeah, there we go. Then in process, self, what I should be doing is move the entire node. Actually, what the heck? No, I should not be setting a sprite. I should be holding onto an image. Yeah, like I know this will work. What am I doing? Why am I doing this? Yeah, I only need to create the image and the image texture, and then pass that to, yeah. Yeah, I only need the image. Yeah, there we go. What am I doing? So image is image, yeah. Yeah, there we go. And then then here we'll do RID option, which will be an RID, because we won't necessarily have one immediately. Yeah. And then this will be none. Hey. Oh, sorry. RID none. Okay. Almost back to where we were before, because now I need to check to see that we're able to just emulate this logic here, because I'm not sure if that's even possible. So let RID equal self. Oh no, it'll be, we need to grab the visual server first. So visual server, there's your visual server. Then we'll do viz server canvas item create, right? And then we already have the panel stuff, I think, yeah. Or not the panel stuff, the paddle stuff, but the image. So we don't need to load the image. I guess we need to actually create the texture ID though. Texture RID is the viz server texture create from image. So the self image flags 7. There we go. Viz server canvas item set parent. So this is RID, and the parent is going to be owner get canvas item viz server or canvas item add texture rect. Okay, hold on. Viz server canvas item add texture rect, which will be RID. It's just a rect to new, which is composed of a point to new self image. Oh, and then I need to, that's fine. Welcome to 0, 0, I guess. And then size to, what was I loading in? What was I loading in? Just icon, so it's 64 by 64. Texture, so this is text RID, tile, false, color, 1, 1, 1, 1, and then false. Please, really? Oh, it's color new. I knew that. Take 7 arguments. What's the last argument? Oh, the normal map. So you'll need to do RID new. That's fine. Just pass in an empty RID. What is your problem, color? Nothing. RGBA. RGBA. All right. Cannot move out of self-image, which is behind a shared reference, which is not implement copy. All right. Cannot move out of self-image, which is behind a mutable reference. Mutable reference. Move occurs because self-image has type ref image, which does not implement the copy traits. Okay. So let's think about this. We can do let image equal self-image. What did I do here? Into shared. I can't do that, huh? Really? Oh. Make it unique. Make this unique. Which means that this is now slightly incorrect. Oh, well, we can make it shared, right? Shared, and then this can do like, what is the ref thing for that? How do I turn a shared thingy into a unique? Unique into, from shared to from shared to unique. That's a static. I guess we can do like assume on, but you need a lifetime associated with it. I don't know. We can just make this shared then. It's probably okay. That's okay, which means that this is no longer valid. Which means that we still run into this problem. Let image equal unsafe self image assume safe, something like that. And then we can start using this here instead of self image. Oop. Yeah, a little bit of pointer trickery. Yeah, then we'll do self RID is equal to some RID, which is the pointer to our structs that we'll need. That's probably okay. Then in process, we'll take a mutable self. Don't need to modify the containing node in Godot. Then here, we'll grab the input stuff. All right, we'll grab these. All right, so this is, oh, and then we also need to grab the visual server as well, since that's the entire reason why we're doing this. All right, so we'll do visual server. Canvas item set transform. Canvas item set transform. That's correct. Then we'll pass in self RID unwrap. And then the transform needs to be one of these. Oh, then I need to store a reference to the transform as well for the, okay. Transform 2D. All right, give me this. Transform is equal to that. Cool. Mutable self. Set transform. This will be self transform. It's like M32, which is the Y value, and then we'll do minus equals 10, right? Hey. Takes two arguments. Takes two arguments. This function takes two arguments, but one argument was applied. Really? Huh. What is this? Transform 2D, transform 2D, transform 2D. So M32. No, that's right. Function takes, oh, it's because of this thing. Yeah, okay. Boom, boom. This is plus. Okay. So if we recompile and then load this into Godot instead of the ECS that we've been using. Oh. So var rust sprite is equal to ECS factory new rust sprite. That's what I called it, right? And then this needs to do what? New rust sprite, pretty much nothing. So that should just work, and then we'll just hit it with an add child. Rust sprite. Interesting. So I ran into an error. Panicked. That's good. Panicked at called option unwrap on a none value. Okay. ECS 88. 88. Okay. Okay, so we weren't able to cast this to... We weren't able to cast it. Okay. What do you got? So load. Optional type hint can be used to further specify the resource type that should be handled by the resource format loader. No cache. Oh. Let's see. Look at the repository. What examples do you have? Third-party projects in the book. They no longer have any of the Bring back to the repository. Let me look at an older commit. Let me look at an older commit. Yeah, there we go. Air combat. I know, I'm pretty sure this one does some resource loading at runtime. Does it not? Yeah, resource loader. Oh, that's a pack scene. Okay, so let's try to do it like that then. So this is an image. Jeez, that is so painful. What is explode supposed to be? Explode is a reference to a Node2D that's shared. Yeah. Okay, so let's do what they're doing. And then resource cast. It's an image. I know that. And then no, that's it. Yeah. Then we just map it, right? Map image unsafe image assume shared, right? Okay. Assume shared in ref. Assume safe. Yeah, I guess we can just assume safe. Then wouldn't I need to map this one more time? Yeah. I'm not sure what I have. Oh, this is an option. All right. So the tref. That's not great. Cannot return reference to function parameter image. Okay, and then just need a way to coerce this into the correct type. No problem. Something like that. Hey. Into shared. Oh, is this already? Come on. Please. Ugh. You can't do this. Ugh. This is an option. We'll unwrap it. Just gives us a ref to a resource. And then we'll just do let image equal image cast image unwrap. Here. Let image equal image assume safe. And I'm pretty sure that means I need to do an unsafe call. All right, and then that's already unwrapped, which means that this is okay. No. Oh, thanks for reading me a hydrate. I'm getting tunneled. So it's an ECS written in Rust running in Godot. Yep, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. I'm using Bevy ECS, and I'm trying to go for maximum performance, so I'm doing everything on the visual server as well. But I think the problem that I'm facing right now is I'm not sure if there's a bug. I'm not sure if there's a bug with how the bindings for Rust are generated. Because I suspect that something is broken. Right. Doing. Unless this ECS is just for game logic, you ignore the, yeah, pretty much, yeah. So this is the mock-up of what I'm doing, right? So we're using Godot. I don't know why. Ignore some of these boxes, but there's the inputs. We're using Godot for input. We're using Godot for GUI and windowing. After that, we pass everything over to Rust, and we have access to inputs and helper functions in the ECS. Then the ECS runs through all the other ECS stuff, so like the paddle control, the ball control, or I guess just the ball logic. Do the collision, start positioning stuff, and then in the render system, we call the Godot visual server to actually render the stuff where we want them to be rendered. So then that's the kind of loop. So we use Godot for inputs, for the GUI, for windowing and rendering, and then Rust handles everything else, including collisions. The problem that I'm running into is that I'm not able to just load in random stuff, which is that's the entire point. So we're not able to cast to an image, even though this should be an image. Do anything for rendering? In theory, all I need to do is just call visual server stuff. So as an example, I guess, we can just do this. Is it this one? I think it's this one, yeah. So for example, this is what I'm trying to do, but this is all done in Godot, right? So if you look at the scene tree here, look at that. There's actually no node for this sprite. So this is drawing using the visual server directly, right? So that's what I want to happen, but for whatever reason, I'm not able to draw anything. So what I'm trying, this is what I currently have, which is super broken. Hold on. I can demonstrate something a bit better. If we just take out any of the transform steps. So we give this another recompile. So this is what we have, right? We're able to draw, but then for whatever reason, it goes away after we start moving it. Why do you want to do it that way? Because it's more performance. It's Yeah. In theory, it's more performance than having to pretty much in almost every single circumstance, it's faster to actually use the visual server as opposed to using the scene tree. Yeah. At least in theory. But the problem is I'm losing the sprite for whatever reason. What's the reason for using Godot then? Well, okay, did you miss the first part of the lecture? So I want to use Godot for input, GUI, and windowing. So I think there is something to be said about having a way to just handle input really easily and then also handle your GUI really easily, right? Yeah. Ignore if you want. That's no problem. I need something to distract me anyways. 'Cause I'm slowly dying. Because now I'm running into problems just hot loading stuff. Yeah. All those you can get from something like Ogre 3D or Panda 3D. Yeah, you could. You know, or you could, you know. You can get all of this as well if you just wrote your own game engine in assembly. So like, where do we, where do we stop? Why even use a computer? You could just read the binary. Not even the binary, just the raw computer instructions if you just look at the transistors very closely. You know, I like how, I like Godot. It deploys to pretty much everywhere pretty easily. You know, and if you don't want to do some logic in Godot, you don't have to. There are many 3D rendering libraries. Okay, code all this kind of stuff, but you clearly can. Well, I don't know if clearly can is correct, but it's more like Godot gives you the option as well to just write some things in like GD scripts, right? As a, you know, like an actual scripting language, right? So you don't need to write everything in Rust. Like, the hope is that you should be able to just create all of these things, you know, expose some function to Godot. That's like, all right, I want to add like another paddle, and then boom. We'll add another paddle to our ECS, and then it'll just kind of work within the system. Right, so you don't need to recompile every single time. You can have the Rust part, which is just the heavy-duty system logic, and then you can have the Godot side, which is like, okay, sometimes I want to, you know, add some stuff in based off some other logic that doesn't require recompiling and is a lot easier to work with as well. So I'm running into an error. Actually, I've lost where the error was. Boom, boom. Send me here. So we'll error out. What is the error? Thread unnamed. Option on rep on a none value 89. So on 89, we're not able to load this in. But what they're doing, yeah. Then res. Yeah, we don't need to cast. I guess we could cast. Yeah. This is better when it's only rendering, because everything except rendering will be handled in Rust. Yeah. Well, and then also there's the GUI bits and all the other things. Basically, it just gives you more options, right? There's nothing wrong with more options. Can you not do that? Oh. we unwrap it there, and then we don't need to cast it again. Then we just need to claim it, send it. Yeah. Yeah, we're handling physics. Yeah, that's part of the explanation, right? So if you want, I can move this over here, and then we can you may peruse it at your leisure. I don't know if that's even readable anymore, but it's input, GUI, windowing, and rendering is handled by Godot. So I guess by process of elimination, Rust must be handling the physics. And the collision. Collision is just physics, pretty much. What is the problem? 87. So that's a little better. We're not able to cast to image. Is it not an image? Is it giving me an image texture? I have no idea what this is. Is it an image texture? What does this give me if I load it in with Godot? All right, so hold on. Don't even load this in. I guess what I mean is, will you be using the Godot physics engine or an API or your own? I'll be using, the plan is to use Rapier, which is a pretty high performance physics engine. Pretty big in the Rust game dev scene, or it's the next biggest thing, I guess. Has a lot of investment, etc., etc. So I think I've also seen, it was back before Godot physics had a big rewrite, but at least the Rapier physics, when people were using it with GD native, was a lot more accurate than Godot's. I don't know how it stacked up against like the built-in bullet physics in Godot, but at least against Godot physics, it was a lot more accurate. Resource loader. Load. We'll load in this icon. Does this take in a type hint? Load type hint string for an image. Yeah, this should be an image, right? And then false. All right. And then we'll just print test. What do you got? That's a stream texture. Oh, okay. It's a stream texture. Huh. That's why. Okay. Stream texture. So then I need to... How do I convert a stream texture into just like a regular texture? Let's just do a test on this Rust Godot lib. Variance and test can help. You can't. Hey. Yeah. So, but the Godot lib should be pretty well tested, if I remember correctly. Stream texture. Load path. Oh, good. Well, it's a texture, right? So I can get the data from that. Yeah, I can get the data from that, right? This is getting really gross. So image. It's create from data. Image, get data. Oh baby. No, can I not do that? Oh, good. Fantastic. So yeah, so we can get around the restriction, but this is getting pretty weird. just for like a weird test case. False. Format. I don't know what the format is. What's RGBA? What's the RGBA format? RGBA8. That's number 4. Then there's the data. Yeah, there we go. All right. Expected I64. Pass these in. I just need to check to see if there's a bug. Okay. So found. Oh, there's just the image. Okay. That'll work. Image, get data, unwrap. So that should be okay, maybe, hopefully. Send it. Game. Send me. Oh geez, so it loaded. Running into a bunch of errors. Incorrect number of parameters. ECS 341. It's not actually an ECS. This is just like the standalone. 341. Oh, okay. I forgot the delta. Some sort of F32 that comes from Godot. Recompile. Then we'll send it. Oh. I think it's a bug. I think it's a bug. I think Rust isn't able to... I think Rust isn't able to interact with the visual server. Right, because this is pretty much what I'm doing. Right. Yeah, because see, look, I have it working. Oh, geez. Godot prints. Excited. Send it. Then here we can see that, yeah, like the transform is correct. If I do the same thing for the built-in stuff, right? We can print out the transform. Print tran. Something like that. Yeah, see, it's the same. I think, hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. I think I noticed something. It's missing some values. The bindings are there? Yeah, the bindings are there. I think it's this part. I'm a little mad. It's 1001. 1001. Yeah. You know what? I think that was it. I'm just dumb. I think I'm just dumb. Oh. Oh, I got squished. That's why. Hold on. I think that's... Oh. Recompile. I think I got it. I'm just really dumb. Just wasted so much time. The transform was wrong. The transform was wrong. Yeah, there we go. That's correct. Which means if I change how this works on the Rust side, yeah, I was passing the wrong values to the Rust to the transform. So this should be 1. This should be 1. Yeah, because you set the transform values all to 0. Then that means that you set the scale to 0. What a waste of my life. I'm dumb. Yeah, so now it's just very, very slow. Yeah, okay. Although I don't know why it'll jump really far to one side. That doesn't seem right. Yeah, I got it though. I'm a little mad. I don't know why it jumps to the middle though. I don't have a great answer for that. But look, it works. It's very slow because we're multiplying it by delta. Yeah, there we go. I don't know why they're offset like this though. Are you using identity? I'm actually not. That might be the problem. Or that is almost certainly the problem, is I wasn't using the identity. Yeah. Yeah, it was a programming mistake on my part. That was manually setting the values. I should not be doing that. Yeah, but it does seem a bit weird that the origin gets kind of, the origin wiggles out to like an invalid value. I don't know why that happens. So if I set the base origin out even farther. Oh, okay. Look at that. That was weird. Yeah, look at that. Yeah. So now that's working via ECS. I'm going to work on this later. I am losing my mind. But I will push all the code that I have right now if you want to take a peek at it. However garbage it is. Alright, so add Rust stuff ECS working. Oh, do I not? Oh, I don't have a repository open. Alright. We'll get to Rapier later. Let's see. What am I calling this? Let's create a new repository. How do I create a new repository in this super zoomed in view? My look with my limited rusting. It shouldn't be that hard to understand. I think there's a lot of things. If you ignore the little test Rust sprite thing, I think it's not too bad. Like a lot of this is just like, yeah, like the hardest part is understanding what the ECS is doing. Yeah, so you're not using Godot for handling entities or nodes. They will only live in Rust. That is correct. That is correct. Yeah, Godot will only be used for like, I guess like easy configuration. Nothing that's like even remotely hot, if that makes any sense. So like GUI configuration, that'll be done via Godot. You know, I guess changing screens can be done via Godot. So you want to go from like a title screen to like your main game screen, that can be done via Godot. Because that's what Godot is really nice for. Right, because you might see here, this is just a node 2D that I'm passing over to. This passed via GD native, so it's actually a node 2D on the Godot side. Git remote, add origin, this thing, git push. Git status. git push u origin master. Oh geez. Clear. You saw nothing. Yeah. Well, Godot will be holding, will be handling some nodes. I think that's the nice part about it. So like we can still handle like shaders in Godot. We can still handle GUI in Godot, and that GUI will still be, you know, using controls and stuff. Origin Rust. All right, there we go. So there's the Rust branch. You'll want to look at the Rust branch. But yeah, thanks for tuning in. I will be live at some point. I'll be live for sure on Sunday from 7 to 10 p.m. Eastern time, working on probably this again, because now that I have figured out where I'm deficient, it should be a lot easier, I think. Or at least it'll be a lot more interesting, because then we'll be able to integrate like collision and all that other stuff. But yeah, you know. Give the channel a follow you on already. There's a Discord. There's a GitHub. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I will see you later. Goodbye.